It's the High Powered Podcast. Lit conversations, debates, and advice that keep you turned up.
Hello. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I am your host, Princella, the Queen Maker of the High Powered Podcast. Hey, it's been a great week. Have y'all seen these numbers? Have y'all seen what's happening right now? The ark is in the water, baby. The ark is in the water and people are finding the channel. And here's the thing. What's so beautiful about this is, remember last week we had an issue with somebody coming over here, taking my content and then going to talk like she figured this shit out and didn't tag me and tell people where she got it from or nothing, right? And I addressed that. Now, most people, based on the conversations some of the people had about that, they figured it was okay that I shouldn't say nothing or stand up for myself because they can't stand up for themselves. They felt like I was doing too much to address intellectual dishonesty, right? But when I had that conversation about ethics and morality, you shouldn't have to be told how to behave ethically just because everybody else is doing something and the social controls have fallen, which makes it easier for you to do. The issue that I really had with that is that I've had issues with TikTok banning my account, right? Hold on. Okay.
They're gone.
What's gone?
I need more news.
Okay, you didn't even ask me. You should have asked me before all this. You sat here and waited until the show started. Give me a hug. Tell everybody hello.
Hello.
Because you just always have to make yourself known. Okay, say hi.
Hi.
Okay, tell them bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Can I have news?
Yes, I will. Give me a moment, okay?
Okay.
Give me a few moments, okay?
Okay.
All right. You want some Jack in the Box?
Yeah.
All right. Baby, if you're watching, sweetheart, can you send Amaya some Jack in the Box, please? Okay. Babe, send her Jack in the Box, please. Thank you. Okay. So I stood up for myself and I addressed that. And I had a conversation about ethics and morals, that you shouldn't wait on somebody to tell you how to behave. Just because the environment has changed doesn't mean that your ideas and perception on ethics and morals should change. Anyway, because I addressed that, something magical happened. Something magical happened after I addressed that. People started posting my clips and showing where this stuff come from. And the reason why it's so important that you bring people here, because I'm not doing this just to boost my ego, but people who need validation are coming to a place where I've had to work to build this. I've had to work my brain to put this stuff together. And I have been banned on other platforms. TikTok took my original profile. I got it up to 73,000 followers, right? And they took the profile, right? And I was hesitant to even go back over there. But when I went back over there, guess what they did? They started doing it again. So I can't even go viral with my own message. I can't go viral with my own content. So I stayed over here in my little cubby hole over here on YouTube. I don't really have any problems over here on YouTube. And I remember when I was on Facebook, I had a clip go viral. This was when I was still on TikTok. I had a clip go viral talking about lining up all of the slave labor with actual paid labor. And that video went viral. And I had another one that went viral about me not being marriage material. I posted that one on Facebook My traction on my own post only got 3,000 views or something, 3,000 shares or something. Somebody else posted my TikTok and it got over 1 million views. So I've been suppressed on TikTok. I have been suppressed on Facebook. I have been suppressed. But then you have people who want to boost their egos and they just want to put out material for their own personal gain, not looking to actually help people, right? Just to make themselves look good. They're coming over here. They done found a channel with some real good stuff, and they taking my stuff and going to TikTok in a place where I can't even go viral on my own shit. And then they try to take my identity too. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to address this and have a conversation about ethics and morals and doing what's morally right all the time and having pure intent. Because when you send people over here, people's lives change. You post that shit over there just for your own personal gain, and you just get some hand claps, stroking people's feelings. They come over here, they whole life change. They need to come here, right? They need to come here. I don't have a problem with just saying or repeating nothing. Just make sure you tell them where you came and got it from, right? So after I addressed that, people started posting my stuff. And it started going viral on TikTok, the same place where I can't even go viral on my own shit. Okay. So it's cool. So now people are getting hip, and we're talking about 10,000 new subscribers in the course of a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. That's cool, right? That's cool. And when you look, you see people's lives are truly changing, because the way that I figured this out and the way that I package it is phenomenal. It's brilliant, right? And so I've had some conversations with a lot of different people. You see, in my old material, I had a few conversations with males. I don't invite males on my show. I don't invite them on my show. They actually invite themselves here. They invite themselves to try to challenge my teachings. And the only reason that I would even let them on my show to challenge my teachings, because you say you logical, and I'm going to need you to come with a logical and rational argument, because you're going to do one of two things. You're going to expose yourself and prove that what I'm saying to be true is true, or you're going to challenge me intellectually. Either way, you're going to lose. You only got two options, right? And by far and large, without error, they all end up proving what I say is right. So I'm a demonstrator. I don't just do no talking, baby. I can back up everything that I say with 100% certainty. Everything, right? I don't let nothing come out of my mouth that I cannot back up with fact. So I did a show a few months ago speaking about bonobo monkeys, which are matriarchal primates. And I also compared them to chimpanzees, which are patriarchal. Okay. And my claim throughout this entire time is that women have lost their way, and they have acquiesced or assimilated to being males in the mind. And so going to nature has all of the answers. Nature has all of the answers if we just look and analyze to see. So how does a patriarchy work in the wild, and how does a matriarchy work? So as I did that, and I started looking throughout the environment for different quotes on certain things, I ran across this quote. I actually ran across this quote after I did the bonobo and chimpanzee show. And the quote is from Frans De Waal. And it kept sitting on my mind for a couple months to reach out to Frans De Waal to have a conversation with him. Let me pull this up, put this on the screen. Oh, I got to get some of this stuff out of I got to get some of this stuff out of here. No, I just did it. Let's see. Okay. All right. So this is the quote that I found on Google somehow. I just stumbled across it. And these are the words of Frans De Waal. Female solidarity is the key to female leadership. Since males respect power better than age and personality, the alpha female must be heading a large coalition to effectively deal with males. Tight control over her own political party might provide this in human politics, but it seems unlikely to me that any female could have a stable top position without massive support from the members of her own sex. The only way to secure this support is by being sexually non-threatening and to be perceived as a champion of female causes. Frans De Waal. So for a few months, it had been sitting on my spirit to reach out and have him come and talk to us about bonobos and chimpanzees and give us some insight on these primates who share between 96 to 99% of our, or 98% of our human genome. I have his book called Bonobo, the Forgotten Ape. This is a matriarchal set of primates. I'm going to play the interview all the way through. It's 55 minutes long. You know I can't play the interview and not come back and analyze it, because that's what we always do. Hold on, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the esteemed privilege of welcoming Dr. Frans De Waal, a renowned primatologist and biologist, to our High Powered podcast today. With a distinguished career spanning over decades, Dr. De Waal has dedicated his life into unraveling the complex social dynamics and behavior of our primate relatives, particularly bonobos and chimpanzees. As a prolific author and scientist, Dr. De Waal has shed a lot of light on the fascinating differences between bonobo and chimpanzee societies, showcasing the peaceful, matriarchal nature of bonobos in stark contrast to the more male-dominated and sometimes aggressive nature of chimpanzees. He has explored the profound impact of sexual behavior on social dynamics, unraveling the intricate ways in which primates use sexuality to diffuse tension and resolve conflict. In his groundbreaking book, Bonobo, the Forgotten Ape, Dr. De Waal delves into the depths of bonobo society, challenging misconceptions and offering unique insights to their cooperative and harmonious way of life. Furthermore, his work on sexual conflict and its implications for hominid societies, including our own, have revolutionized our understanding of human relationships and societal structures. Through his research, Dr. De Waal has not only expanded our knowledge of primate behavior, but he has also provided profound ethical considerations and lessons that resonate with our own human interactions and societal norms. His vision for the future of primate research promises exciting prospects poised to deepen our understanding of these incredible creatures and the significance they hold to our own species. So today we have the opportunity to delve into the mind of this brilliant scientist, exploring his insights, experiences, and the implications of his work. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Frans De Waal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So first, I would like to get into your understanding of what led you into moving into the work of studying primates.
Oh, the primates are sort of secondary. I'm an animal lover, so from very young I wanted to have animals and work with animals, and then I first worked with birds mostly, and only later moved to the primates. And the interest in chimpanzees came even after that, and of course, since chimpanzees and bonobos are our closest relatives, the comparisons with humans are more easily made than with other animals. So in my popular books, I do that. But in the scientific writing, it's mostly focused on these animals themselves.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So can you briefly explain some of the differences between bonobo societies and chimpanzee societies?
Yeah, they are very closely related primates. They can interbreed even. That's how close they are. And the bonobo is a little bit smaller. They used to be called dwarf chimpanzees, and because they're a bit smaller than the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee is a very male-dominated society. Males are very political, always making coalitions, and I wrote a book, Chimpanzee Politics, which was my first popular book about that. But even in a chimpanzee society, the alpha female is a very important character who plays a role in the politics too. And then they're very territorial, chimpanzees. The males go out of their way to other territories in the forest to kill other males, mostly males, not females. And so there's a lot of violence, but there's also a lot of cooperation. For example, they hunt cooperatively. So, and the males are actually also friends. They are rivals at the same time that they are friends, a bit like human males, I think. And so that's the chimpanzee society. The bonobos, the females are smaller than the males. And so individually, a female bonobo will not dominate the male. If you have a zoo, sometimes happens, where you have one male and one female bonobo, then the male is dominant. As soon as you add a second female, the females become dominant because they cooperate very well. And so the females have a high level of solidarity. They are collectively dominant over the males. The alpha individual is a female. In captivity always, and I've heard the same thing now of the field work, they are confirming that too in the field. And so it's a female-dominated society where the males are actually not very cooperative with each other, not like the chimp males. And they are much more what we call mama's boys. They hang around mom because mom is dominant, and mom protects them. Yeah.
Yes. So can you delve into how our society as humans resemble that more of the chimpanzee society, and how some changes could be made to resemble more of a bonobo society?
Well, I think we have something in common with both. The male bonding and male rivalry, and that combination of the two is very human-like, I think. I myself, I grew up in a family of 6 boys. And so I know the dynamic of that is that you very quickly, men establish a hierarchy, but they can also be very good friends and very loyal friends to each other. So I think that with chimpanzees, we have that in common. With bonobos, we have in common the level of female solidarity, which I think also exists in human society. And female bonding is quite important in human society. And so I think we have that aspect in common. In addition, the bonobos are very sexy creatures. And so they resolve conflict with sexual behavior, which I think we recognize in humans also. And so we are a very erotic species, even though in public, we don't talk so much about that, but I think we are clearly an erotic species. And that is something we also share with the bonobo, sort of creative sex and sex for pleasure. That's really the human way also, I would say.
Yes, indeed. My question to you in return, in regards to that, would you say that in comparison to the bonobos, are we more sexualized and over-sexualized in the human society, or is it about the same?
I think we are equally sexually active and interested, but we have so many rules against it sometimes. Mm-hmm. And especially in American society, I'm from the Netherlands originally, which is a more liberal society. But in the US, which was founded by the Puritans, there's a certain prudishness which exacerbates the whole issue. I think it makes it, it's a bit like forbidding alcohol, then alcohol becomes more interesting. And I think the same thing is happening with the sex in this country, is that people get very obsessed. And they freak out, like with Nipplegate, you know, that thing with Janet Jackson. They freak out seeing one nipple for half a second. The whole country goes down morally, they say, and that's something that I cannot understand, because in Holland, I'm sure if a nipple had been seen for half a second, no one would even remember that the next day.
Correct. Yeah. I agree with you. And how about sexual fluidity throughout the bonobo society? Can you explain that?
Yeah, the bonobos, I usually call them bisexual, because I'm not sure that it matters very much to them whether they have sex with a male or a female. And there is sex in all combinations of individuals. Also, people sometimes forget that also means between adults and the young, and among the young also. Because the sexual activity can start very early. So there's all the combinations are possible. And in addition, in the primates, we see also individuals who don't fit the mold. So who are born like a female, but they act more like a male, or the other way around. So we have all that gender diversity that you have in human society, we can find in the other primates. In bonobos, I would say the sexual activity is very high, but it's not. People sometimes think that they must be doing it the whole day, but that's not how it works. They have brief contacts. 10 seconds is actually a long sexual contact for bonobos, and so they have brief. You have to look at it more like a handshake or something. Like the way we shake hands, they rub their genitals together. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Okay, and how much of our human genome is shared with bonobos and chimpanzees?
Well, it used to be said that it was 98.5%. We are now down to 96% of active genes. So it's a lot. We are extremely, the relationship between us and bonobos and chimpanzees is as close as between the two elephant species. You know, you have African elephants, Asian elephants. They both look like elephants, but they are quite different in many ways. That's how close we are to bonobos and chimpanzees.
Yes, indeed. Okay. And in terms of, when we speak about life as a biologist, we know that there are 5 distinct characteristics of examining life. And one of these characteristics is response to environmental stimuli. And with the different environments that some of these species are in relation to us, I want to speak about their family structures. In your book, The Bonobo, the Forgotten Ape, you speak about how we share female bonding traits with bonobos, male bonding traits with chimpanzees, but when it comes to the nuclear family structure, that is totally a unique creation of the human society. Can you go into more detail about that?
Yeah, so humans made the step, and we don't know exactly how and why, but they made the step of involving males more in the family. So in bonobos and chimps, the females do everything. The males may protect them against external dangers, that's possible, but they don't carry the young, they don't feed the young, they don't protect them. No, they don't do anything. It's all a female job. And that also means that the female cannot have too many kids, because the interbirth interval is 6 years, because she has a baby on her belly, she has a baby on her back, a bit older, and she has one following, and she needs to travel through the forest. It's a very complex task, and she cannot handle more than that. And the males do very little. Now, humans have made the step of getting men involved in the family. And as a result, we can have shorter interbirth intervals. We have now 8 billion people on Earth which is partly because we got these shorter interbirth intervals of 3 or 4 years in hunter-gatherers. And males may have insisted, that's one of the speculations, the males may have insisted on faithfulness in return for caring for the family, so that they're caring for their own offspring. I don't know, I'm personally not a big fan of saying that monogamy is natural. I'm not sure it's natural to our species, but it is possible that men were only involved with a small number of families, 1 or 2 or 3, and that they insisted on a stronger commitment, so to speak, in order to be providers for these families. And this may have happened when we left the forest. Our ancestors, at some point, they left the forest. The chimps and bonobos stayed in the forest because on the savannah, it's a very dangerous place. It's a very difficult and dangerous place with big predators that humans were probably scared to death when or our ancestors were scared to death when they entered that environment. And maybe the males had to get involved when they were on the savannah to carry the young at least, and to protect them and to help the females. Maybe it was impossible to survive on the savannah without some male support. That's possible.
Yes, indeed. So drawing kind of a correlation to female solidarity and cooperative existence or coexistence with the bonobos, is it safe to say that the creation of the nuclear family specifically in the Western world, in these social dynamics, has actually created a strain for women? Because nowadays you see women with a lot of children, and it's not in the nature of the male to take care of these duties, which contributes to divorce, because the woman is overburdened and she's lost her connection to an extended support system of other women. Would it be safe to say that the creation of the nuclear family is more of a detriment than it is a help?
I think it helps with having children, if the male is really involved, of course. It creates a dangerous situation, different from what you say, is that it isolates the family, because we tend to live in huts or houses, so we have our separate dwellings. And for a woman, it's hard to defend herself on her own against a man because of the physical differences. And so in an open society like with bonobos and chimps, rape is actually, in bonobos it's totally absent, in chimpanzees it's extremely rare, because the females have a level of solidarity and they will not accept a male doing things like that, and they will go after him. Now, if you live in a house with one man, it becomes a very different situation. And so it has created a dangerous aspect. I think the fact that we have more femicides and rapes in the human species than in the other primates is because we have this sort of isolated family structure. And in addition, it's a very large society in which we live, instead of a group of 100 or 200 as used to be for our ancestors. And in a small scale society, everyone knows, of course, what's going on in every place and still can take action. In an anonymous large society, that becomes also very difficult. And so I think that's the danger that has been created. The caring tendencies of men, because you say men are not designed to do that, I'm not convinced of that, because in chimpanzees and bonobos, the males do very little, but if there is a female who dies, and all of a sudden we have orphans, then males often adopt them. There are now reports of I think 10 or 12 cases of adult males, sometimes even alpha males, who have adopted a youngster, not for just a couple of days, but for years. So they become the father figure. They're not necessarily biologically the father, but they carry them and they care for them. So the males are capable of it. They have even a tendency to do it, but they leave it all to the female. They're sort of lazy in that regard. Like the females will do it. And there's actually an interesting experiment that was done long ago with macaques, which are monkeys. And the experiment was, you place a baby monkey in a cage with a male and a female, adult male and adult female. If that happens, the male doesn't even look at the baby.
Mm-hmm.
He acts as if it's not there, and the female will grab it and put it on her belly and adopt it. If you do the same thing with a cage in which there's only a male sitting, no female, the male will be hesitant, but at some point he will pick up the baby and adopt it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost as if the male say, well, this is a female job. I'm not going to worry about it. This is not my stuff. But if the female is not there, he will actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think males have a caring tendency. And we know from neuroscience studies that human men who are the primary caretakers of children, their brain changes, their hormones change. Mm-hmm. They become more maternal in their brain, actually. So males have that possibility, but they leave it to the females usually.
Well, can I ask you possibility versus probability? Because I know that also that males are they're more hesitant to invest into a lineage that is not their own. So we're dealing with infanticidal males in a society where they don't care. And then you have the social dynamics with propaganda pushing certain ideals that incite males to even be more disassociated from caring for young that does not belong to them. So in your idea, what would be the probability versus the probability of a male taking on that responsibility?
Well, I think man can be certainly socialized to do that. Mm-hmm. And actually that's happening at the moment. Mm-hmm. If I look at my father's generation, the men did absolutely, and this is in Europe, they did nothing in the family. They could barely boil an egg. They did zero. Mm-hmm. And nowadays I see fathers walking around with kids on their back or on their belly, and so young fathers. And so I think the picture is changing, and men are getting more involved, and that's a matter of education and socialization, mm-hmm. and giving them reasons to take pride in doing that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And it's of course also possible because we have the pill. I think that the pill changed everything. This was mm-hmm. in the 50s and 60s when mm-hmm. families, when women could choose how many kids and if they even wanted kids and how many they would have. And as a result, we have much smaller families. There was a time, of course, where we had families with 10 children. And I think in that kind of circumstances, someone needs to stay home and someone needs to work outside. And so that was the role division at the time, but it's not so, with the smaller number of children, it's not so necessary anymore.
Yes, indeed. Okay. And in terms of bonobos and how they function in cooperation because of the abundance of food resources and versus scarcity, how does that relate to their social functioning with abundant resources versus scarcity?
Yeah, so the bonobo females, mm-hmm. they can travel together. They don't need to spread out over the forest because there's enough food for a bunch of them, like 10 or 12, to find food. Mm-hmm. The chimpanzee females, in most places, they need to spread out. There's mm-hmm. not enough food and they would start competing, and so they disperse over the forest. Mm-hmm. As a result, a female chimpanzee may be on her own if she meets a bunch of males. The males mm-hmm. often travel together. And so she is then on her own and she cannot handle multiple males. And so the males totally dominate that situation. In the bonobos, the females stick together. They even at night when they build their nests in the trees, they call each other so that they stay within hearing distance from each other. Mm-hmm. And so the females are always as a group, traveling as a group. And that gives them power because they support each other. They have a very high level of solidarity that they have. So the ecological conditions have favored bonobo females to have set up the society that they have. Mm-hmm. I know that when I talk about bonobos, many men especially, they think that it's a bad society because it's female dominated, so they have sort of strong feelings about that. But I think the bonobo male actually has an easy life. The bonobo male has an easier life than the chimpanzee male, mm-hmm. Because he has a lot of sex and contact with the females,
Yes.
and there's much less fighting going on, and much less territorial also they are. So in a way, I think it's a good deal for both sexes in the bonobo society.
Can you tell me the differences between the testosterone levels in a chimpanzee male versus a bonobo male, and if they're anywhere near similar, how does the social structure reduce the effects of testosterone?
Yeah, we don't know exactly at the moment whether there are huge differences in testosterone between male bonobos and chimpanzees. We know for human males, though,
Mhm.
that when men become fathers,
Mhm.
their testosterone levels drop, and their oxytocin levels, which is the cuddle hormone, they rise.
Mhm.
And so men change physiologically and neurologically when they become fathers. They become less competitors with other men and more providers for the family.
Mhm.
And so that's an interesting shift. And it also shows that the human, well, that's true for many animals, we are flexible beings and
Mhm.
we can adjust to new circumstances, even physiologically.
Yes, indeed. So the way I like to approach human behavior and the behavior of different wildlife, I always tell people that you have to start with the biology. The biology is the foundation of it all. And if you go into the biology and master the basics, you can kind of get an understanding of different evolved personalities and behaviors among people. So I believe that the foundation is biology, then the analysis of the psychology, and then the sociological dynamics come into play after that. So going down into the biology of the male and the female, can you speak about the differences biologically between males and females? Because in the days of gender blurred lines, I think there needs to be a hard understanding of the differences between male and females and how we can better cooperate with each other.
Yeah, so in biology, we usually distinguish sex and gender. So sex is more the biological side,
Mm-hmm.
chromosomal, genital, hormonal differences. In humans, actually, the difference is not so great physically between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
As in, let's say, the gorilla, where the male is twice the size of the female. That's not the case in us.
Mm-hmm.
Usually we define male and female by, in biology, by the gametes, the sperm and the eggs. That's how we usually define. But medically, we define it by the genitals usually. And humans, the human sexes are binary. Mostly, I would say 99%, 98% maybe is binary, male, female.
Mm-hmm.
But we have an in-between category also.
Mm-hmm.
That, of course, is increasingly a topic that we discuss at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then gender is much more a cultural construct. It's more how you are supposed to behave in society. And that changes if you compare us now with the Middle Ages, or if you compare us here with a country like Saudi Arabia or India or China. It changes from place to place and over time. And I usually don't divide it in male and female, but in masculine and feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And everything in between. There's an enormous variability in how people want to express themselves or how they are naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And so biology is always part of that. I don't think you can divorce gender from biology.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a silly idea because we are organisms after all.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a strong cultural influence, and that's also the flexibility in human society in that regard is the cultural flexibility mostly.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that these cultural expectations or these rigid expectations have a more negative impact on how humans operate through suppressed emotions, suppressed desires, and failed expectations that create maybe a more aggressive, that could contribute to a more aggressive male, a more repressed male, or a dysfunctional society? Do you believe that these expectations have an impact on that?
Yeah, I think we are a very normative species, and we have language. Language is a good thing in many, many ways. We are talking here, for example. So
Yes.
we're using language. So it's a good thing, but it also makes us put everything in boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You're black or you're white, or you're hetero or homo, or you're man or woman. And so we put everything in boxes,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't know what to do with the in-between categories, which are all there.
Right.
And we have trouble with that. And so I think it restricts us, having these boxes. And I describe in my last book on gender exceptions to these gender roles in the primates. So, for example, I had a female chimpanzee in a group that I worked with, her name was Donna, who acted like a male. She started later in life, she started to look like a male, and she acted like a male. She associated with them. I cannot ask her identity, but she may have identified as a male, and she was perfectly accepted, because I think the chimpanzees, as long as you don't disturb the peace, which is something they would worry about, but as long as you don't do that, they're really not obsessed by that, and so she was perfectly accepted, and I know that for many other individuals who were a bit different. I've also known males who didn't want to play the power politics and stayed out of that. Individuals who don't act like a male or a female are still accepted. And so we humans are fairly rigid. I think language is part of the problem. I think our normative society, we like everyone to behave in a certain way, and we keep our eyes on that. If, for example, you sit at the dinner table and you start eating with your hands, people may object to that, even though in India, there's 1 billion people who eat with their hands.
Yes.
But here in this country, people would object to it, because we are very normative, and we would say, why are you not using knife and fork as everyone else,
Yes. And would you say that has a lot to do with a variety of philosophies that are pushed down onto the people from a higher portion on the hierarchy? Philosophies, I do understand, come from the top and they're pushed down, and philosophies or morality is a byproduct of the philosophies. And so when we look at patriarchal societies and some of the economic philosophies that are attached to it, like capitalism, consumerism, materialism, and all of these isms, do you believe that has a profound effect on the behavior and the decisions of the people, and taking them more away from their nature and moving them closer to the behaviors of chimpanzee society?
Yeah, I do think we humans, we have these ideologies. And unfortunately, biology is often misused for that. They say this is natural. So, for example, you have people who object to paternity leave because they say maternity leave they can understand because women need to take care of children, but paternity leave that's unnatural, and they use the word natural and unnatural as good and bad. Even though I would say there's an enormous flexibility and variability in nature, and it's very hard to extract from nature exactly how we should behave, and it's a sort of doomed enterprise to try to do that. But yes, they use biology to enforce certain rules on us and restrict us and steer us in a particular direction. And all we can do is point out the limitations of that kind of approach. But I think society is the place to decide that. The scientists like myself, I can point out that there is more flexibility in nature than people assume, but it's still society that needs to decide what to do with that kind of knowledge.
Correct. And as more information is flooded into the public and people are wisening up, do you think that the people have more of an impact on how society transforms, or do you believe it's more of the government that retains this control over how society expresses itself?
Yes, I personally think the government, at least in a democratic country, is a reflection of the people. And so I don't think the government on its own can tell us how to behave, what to do. It must come from us. And if we feel there's a change necessary, we will select the people in the government, hopefully, who can get that for us. Now, of course, the government at the moment is a very complex place with a lot of money involved, and there's all sorts of influences that I have no control over and you have no control over.
Correct.
But I don't think the government can impose how we communicate and how we treat each other. I don't think they can do that.
Yes, because I do believe we're going back to the scarcity behavior of chimpanzees versus the abundant behavior of the bonobos. When we look at the socioeconomic structure hierarchy here, you have the haves versus have-nots. And when you look at the lower dynamic, when you compare that to chimpanzee or bonobo behavior, do you see a difference within the people who are less fortunate versus the people who are higher up on the socioeconomic totem pole?
Yeah, so do you know that I did an experiment on fairness?
Okay.
So if you look that up on the internet, monkey fairness, you will find the video of it.
Okay.
We did experiments where we looked at if monkeys are sensitive to unfair distributions.
Okay.
So the haves and the have-nots. And what we did is we would have a very simple task for two monkeys, and one of them would get pieces of cucumber, and the other one would get grapes for the same task. And they would be sitting side by side. Now, grapes are far better than cucumber for the monkeys because there's sugar in the grapes. Like I think humans would do the same thing. And so if you give both of them cucumber, they perform the task 25 times in a row without any problem. If you give one of them grapes and the other one cucumber, the one who gets cucumber starts to refuse and becomes angry and starts to throw the cucumbers out. Doesn't want that kind of low quality food anymore because the other one is getting grapes. And so we can demonstrate, and this has now been repeated in many other primates and also in other species like dogs, we can demonstrate that animals are sensitive to reward distribution. So basically to salary, the salary they get for their job. And there's even research now on chimpanzees that indicates that chimpanzees go further. They may refuse the grapes till the other one also gets grapes, and so they want to equalize even if it's not necessarily to their advantage. And so I think there's a strong tendency in the primates, in cooperative species in general, to watch the reward distribution and to be unhappy if the reward distribution is not equal. And I think in human society that kind of unequal income is actually also detrimental. So I'm not saying that we should equalize all incomes all the time, but I don't see the need in human society for billionaires, because once you have reached a billion, I think you should probably stop with your money gathering. But people keep going and they want to get richer and richer. And there is research on human societies that inequity, because it's the US, for example, is more unequal than most European countries, and there's a lot of difference. Inequity leads to social unrest and stress. Actually, it has a health effect, and people who live in unequal societies, they are less healthy and they die younger. So, for example, in the US, the longevity is actually shorter than in many other countries, even though you have one of the best healthcare systems, but your longevity is shorter.
Yes, indeed. And I came across a quote. I think you kind of touched on this earlier in the conversation, but I came across a quote of yours that I actually wanted to put on a canvas and put on my wall. And it says, "Female solidarity is the key to female leadership. Since males respect power better than age and personality, the alpha female must be heading a large coalition to effectively deal with males. Tight control over her own political party might provide this in human politics, but it seems unlikely to me that any female could have a stable top position without massive support from members of her own sex. The only way to secure this support is by being sexually non-threatening and to be perceived as a champion of female causes." Can you go into some detail about that?
Gee, I didn't know I had said all that.
Yes.
But it is true that female power is very prominent in many primate societies. Even when we say the males are dominant, they are physically dominant. That doesn't mean they have all the power. So for example, in chimpanzees, we had a female named Mama. One of my books was about Mama the chimpanzee, who was alpha female for 40 years. And she had an enormous amount of power. A male could basically not become alpha male without her support. And that was based on her enforcing her position among the females and having a high level of female support. And so if she decided to support a certain male, that would mean that all the females would support that particular male. And so female leadership is very prominent in primate societies. And it is true that age is a benefit for females. So when females get older, their position stabilizes and they're more respected. And Mama, at the age that she could barely walk anymore and was blind, she was still the alpha female. They kept respecting her. Now, among the males, that would not happen. The males would kick out a male like that and they would replace him with a younger male who is physically more capable. But with the females, age is actually a benefit. And so the reason I think I wrote about being sexually non-threatening is that at the time that I wrote that, all the female leaders in the human world were postmenopausal. So that means that you have, let's say, Merkel or Indira Gandhi, that kind of women who are older, they're highly respected. They don't pose a sexual threat or reproductive threat to other females because they're post-reproductive. But now, at the moment, I think I need to revise my opinion because we have quite a few younger female leaders in the world. We've had, during the COVID crisis, we've seen several come up. And so I'm not sure how successful they are and how long they last. So there's still a question to be answered about how successful they are. Like Merkel was, of course, extremely successful and was at the top for 12 years or something like that. But that's not true for all of them.
Yes, indeed. So in this day and age, we're having the rise of the manosphere and this constant talk about alpha males and the diminishment of the alpha female, which we have already say exists. Can you tell me what actually denotes an alpha male and how the push for stoicism has negatively impacted the male's understanding of what an actual alpha male is?
Yeah, so people think often that an alpha male is a personality type. Like people will say, I'm an alpha male, even though they are nothing in society, but they still feel they're an alpha male. And they think that's a certain personality type. That's not the case. In the primates, we speak of the alpha male as the top male. He's the top ranking male. He can be a very nice male who helps everybody. And actually I've known many alpha males who support the underdog and break up fights and are empathic and all of that. You also have dictators sometimes. You sometimes have males who are terrorizing everybody. They usually don't last so long because the group tries to move them out of the way at some point. But you have alpha male is not a personality type, it's just the top male, just as the alpha female is the top female. So she can be very nice or she can be very nasty, but she's the top female. And so people have started to misunderstand what alpha male means, and that it's and also act as if being lower ranking than the alpha male is horrible, even though I've known many males who have played in primate groups a very constructive role, even though they never were the alpha male. So they sort of idealize that position. And yeah, you're right about the stoicism. They also act as if an alpha male has no feelings and beats everyone over the head, and that's his task. But actually, most of the alpha males that I've known, their task is to keep the group together and to keep the peace in the group. And that's how they become popular leaders, is if they provide security and come up for the underdog, which is really what most alpha males do.
Yes, sir. And in relation to humans and primates, we have a prefrontal cortex, which allows us to consciously control our behavior and be aware of the things that we're doing. Um, in this society, because psychology is the next step above biology, and propaganda, um, ego fulfillment, these are all things that are being pumped into our society that overinflates the ego in humans, that I believe contributes to a lot of the negative behaviors and beliefs that cause these behaviors to persist in society. What do you think needs to be implemented into the education in human society that can get males and females to really understand more that they're operating extremely as opposed to naturally?
Well, the prefrontal cortex, of course, we are not the only ones who have that. All the
Mhm.
mammals have that, and
Mhm.
primates for sure have that. So control over your impulses, control over your emotions, that's all part, and a certain level of self-awareness, that's all part of the prefrontal cortex
Mhm.
that I think we can find also in other primates. And I think a lot of this, what you're talking about, changing, let's say, attitudes,
Mhm.
is going to be education. I think education of the young is where everything starts.
Mhm.
And in the primates, it's sort of funny how they educate their young, because in the chimpanzee, for example, the young are never punished until the age of 4 or 5.
Mhm.
So they are adults usually when they're 12 or older.
Mhm.
But in the first 4 or 5 years, no one punishes them. Their mother just distracts them if they do something that is maybe harmful, and adults don't punish them. And
Mhm.
then there comes an age where all of a sudden they face the rules of society,
Mhm.
and they learn you cannot do this or you cannot do that.
Mhm.
And so education uh, is actually not very much studied in the primates, I would say, but it's an interesting topic. And in human society, we have a strange way of educating our young,
Mhm.
because in many places, like also in the US, people sleep separately from their children,
Mhm.
which in the primates never happens. A mother keeps her youngest always on her. She's always permanently on her.
Mhm.
And would never put it down or put it in a different room. That would be a strange thing for a primate to do. So
Mhm.
we do that, and we create a sort of independence that way.
Mhm.
We sort of create an individual independence by raising our young that way. And it's, of
Mhm.
course, not done in all human societies. For example, there are countries where people do sleep with their children in the same bed,
Mhm.
but in our society, that's frowned upon.
And how do you think that has contributed to adult behavior by being made individuals and independent so young and early?
Yeah, we stress, especially in American society, we stress individual independence and
Mhm.
autonomy, but you're never completely autonomous. So that's an illusion. People sometimes have that illusion that they can be like the cowboy on the horse that rides away in the night, you know.
Yes.
But that's a good thing if you're at a certain age. But you know, when you're very young or very old, you're going to be dependent on others, and so human autonomy is overrated, I think.
And I believe
Everyone is dependent on everything and on the society as a whole.
and I believe that that contributes to the dysfunction of society, because people do not know how to communicate anymore. It used to be back in the day, you know, if a new person moved into the neighborhood, you would bring them a housewarming gift and things like that. But I believe this illusion of independence has created a more antisocial society that harms the people more than it helps them. Would you
Yeah,
agree with that?
yeah. And I think at the moment, with all the cell phones, that's exacerbated. I think the kids don't learn how to interact with each other. They interact with each other by text messages or something, which is not the same thing as direct interaction.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think we have to relearn all that somehow.
And how do you envision the future research on primate societies, particularly in relation to sexual conflict and social dynamics?
Well, when I wrote my book on gender, I discovered that actually we know very little about this. Is that I know many individual personalities that are a bit different, and I wrote about the diversity that I had seen, but no one is really doing much research on that. I think it is coming. I saw recently, for example, an article on homosexual behavior among chimpanzees, which until now we sort of didn't talk much about. So I think it is coming. We're going to have new research on that issue coming out.
Okay.
But it is understudied, I think.
Okay. And can I ask you this? What are some of the ethical implications and lessons that can be derived from studying bonobos and chimpanzees and other primates to our own societal norms?
Well, I think what we learn from all these studies is also that we are animals. You mean the moral implications? There's sort of two sides to it. One is that we need to treat animals better than we're doing at the moment. That if we're talking about animals having emotions and being smart, as we do nowadays, that has moral implications for how we treat the farm animals, for example, which is the vast majority of animals that we keep. It also has implications for how we look at our relation to nature in general. We're facing the extinction of many animals at the moment. We are going through a climate crisis, which is also our relation with nature. We are going, we had a COVID crisis, which is also our relation with nature. And so I think our relationship to nature, which we've always treated as we are the boss, we are the humans and we run this planet. Right. We're actually ruining it at the moment. And it's partly because we think we are outside of nature. And we're not fully realizing that we are part of it. And I think the sort of work that we do on primate intelligence and primate society also brings that message home, is that we are one of them, instead of considering ourselves a separate species.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Definitely my message to the audience is that we need to be more one with nature, and we are not separate from animals. We ourselves are animals, and we need to treat each other with respect. And one of the things that I feel that we have an issue with is our disconnection from it. So we're not operating in a symbiotic relationship or interdependent relationship. We're actually being destroyers and over consumers due to systems like capitalism that encourages competition, encourages hoarding and resource and creating scarcity, because the scarcity mentality, which is not real, but it is manufactured in terms of capitalism, I think that induces our hoarding behavior that in turn destroys planet Earth. What would you say about that?
Yes, I think we are such a strange species because we have the capacity to think ahead. We see that same capacity in some other species, but it's not for 10 years or 20 years. They think ahead maybe a couple of days. But we have the capacity of plotting our future and thinking about it. And we don't make full use of that capacity. So with the climate crisis, for example, we have seen this coming for 50 years. We knew that it was coming, and we are such short-term profiteers, basically. We want to have profits immediately, that we forget about these dangers and our predictions. So we are a strange primate in the sense that we can plan ahead and we can think ahead for many, many years, but short-term profit always wins in our society.
Now, because this world is male-dominated and the philosophies, the economic philosophies are practically intertwined with male nature dominance competition and things like that. Would it be advantageous to now bring more women into balancing out some of the things that we have caused negatively on this planet? More female leadership, more focus on the globe and nurturing and sustaining life as opposed to destroying it.
Yeah, that is, of course, already happening to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the sanctuaries for animals in Africa, for example, that's almost all of them are run by women.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at, let's say, Jane Goodall or Greta Thunberg, those are women. I think women are more worried about the environment and our impact on it and how it will hurt us if we don't do something than men.
Mm-hmm.
And it is already happening. I think that there's more women involved in these kind of movements.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think it's going to be beneficial.
Yes, indeed. And in your opinion, what areas do you think, if my supporters really wanted to become a part of something, what areas would you tell them to really go into to focus on?
You mean as work or for financial support or what?
Just as work as a contributor, if they're financially free and they just want to be involved in something to help, what areas would you say they should look into?
Yeah, I think there are many places, if you mean with animals, for example, there are many places that take care of animals. And I think actually also those places in the US are very often run by women more than by men. So I think that's the sort of places you want to get involved in, nature programs or sanctuaries or rescue places, I think that's a place where you can help animals.
Yes, yes, yes. I thank you so much. And I think I might have one last question for you. Are there any current upcoming projects or studies that you're going to be doing in the near future?
No, I retired. I'm writing and I'm lecturing and doing podcasts like this.
Yes.
So no, I'm not active in research anymore. But there's a lot of young, enthusiastic people doing wonderful work at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Well, I have your book, The Forgotten Ape, and I'm really enjoying it. Do you have any other books that you would suggest that we delve into of yours?
Well, if you're interested in the gender issue, my last book is it's called Different, and it's Gender Through the Eyes of a Primatologist. There's also, if you're interested in female leadership, you can read my book on Mama, which is the book before, Mama's Last Home. So yeah, I have many books that you can look at. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much for giving me your time and giving us a piece of your mind and your education and wisdom. And is there anything else that you would like to leave us with before I let you go?
Well, I would repeat that I think our relation with nature has been harmed by all the talk about how humans are different and special. And I think humans are in some ways special. And of course, since we are members of this species, we consider ourselves special. But I think the connection with nature will need to change. And it's both religion and philosophy that keep telling us that we are the crown of creation still. And I think that's an attitude that has been harmful to us.
Yes, I totally agree with that. And I do think that the religion of man or human is nature as opposed to all of these other things. And that is definitely a part of the message that I disseminate to my audience.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
What did y'all think? Did y'all enjoy the interview? I hope you did. If you've been following me for a while and you've seen a bulk of my content, did he or did he not confirm everything that I have already told you? He didn't even know, and I'm glad it turned out like that. I really am. I didn't record the first 5 minutes when we got on, but when the first 5 minutes that we got on, before the introduction, I gauged, and that was when I decided I was just going to ask questions, and that was it. And it all turned out exactly the way I knew it would turn out, simply by the answers. By the answers, I knew that I would be able to go back and draw the conclusions or line up everything the way I told you it was. He didn't even know that I teach my audience that the nuclear family was the blow to community and women, and is the contributor to overpopulation. It is because of these philosophies that have overpopulated the globe. Now, he doesn't know that I teach that the United States is a corporation, and the nuclear family was the nucleus of the United States corporation, because the United States was patriarchal. And so the nuclear family, being a patriarchal dynamic, supported the patriarchal structure of the U.S. corporation, right? To create all of the resources that they created, to cut women's support system off, right? To give males power and control. And all of this contributed to the violence, domestic violence, all of the negative things that allowed the U.S. corporation to monetize off of the dysfunction, right? He did not know that he confirmed it. All I did was ask questions. You can see I did not lead him to say anything. I did not suggest anything. All I did was ask questions, and every answer that he gave confirmed and backed up every single thing that I have ever said on this show. Your issues with women is them cutting off your support system, y'all competing against women, right? Right? We're going to go back over that, right? And how did he say the bonobos get along? He said, rape ain't even a thing in bonobo society. Rape ain't even a thing in bonobo society. You know why? Because the females will gang up and they will not tolerate it. But y'all, you so desperate for male validation that you'll throw another chick under the bus just so some dude can come bust a nut in you and boost your ego and like your picture. You think you better than somebody because you got a sucker to go buy you a Gucci bag. And now you think you better, isolating yourself. The nuclear family was so cold for patriarchy because I keep telling you, all of these philosophies come out of the nature of a male. And males depend on isolating women to have power over them. I told you that. The U.S. corporation was patriarchal. And the only reason that they had the nuclear family was two reasons that they had the nuclear family: to give these males something to do after the war, to rebrand the quote unquote family structure, right? And to isolate women to have power. That's the only way that you can support patriarchy. And what did he say? Female solidarity eliminates that, right? Women travel in groups. What did I also tell you? That age is a benefit women's value increases with age. I keep telling you, patriarchy is a 180-degree flip of nature. And all patriarchy did was put women in male's position and put a male in a woman's position. They flipped it. That's the reason why you didn't have gender issues, binary and all this crap, because they still had a hard line between the sexes. They just inverted the positions. That's all they did. But now that these patriarchal structures are falling, they don't want you to, they can't go straight from patriarchy to matriarchy, because that's too quick of a change. And they still need a smokescreen to cover up the fact that, to cover up the reality that sexual conflict is the world's issue. So in order to cover that up, we go from patriarchy and we transition into an interim of gender equality, and there's no such thing as equality. No such thing. But that interim is going to come out of equality and go back into the matriarchy to level out the playing field. Right? See, he confirmed everything that I have talked. This is why I do not talk to males. This is why I don't argue with them, because they can't tell the truth. So here's the thing. Now I done showed you, I done got up here and I done talked to a actual scientist. This is his field of study. That's his field of study. I'm not up here just talking out the side of my neck. I'm not talking out the side of my neck. No, I ain't got no biology degree, but I did go to school for biology. I only got 18 hours left on my degree. I can go back to school, finish them 18 hours, and I will have a bachelor's in cell and molecular biology. I will have a bachelor's in cell and molecular biology if I just go finish them 18 hours. So now it came out the horse's mouth, right? It came right out the horse's mouth without me having to add no suggestion. All I did was ask him questions. That's it. So now who y'all want to listen to? You want to listen to me? Or do you want to listen to these dodo birds on these male podcasts? You want to listen to me? Or you want to listen to these dodo birds on male podcasts? You want to listen to me? Or do you want to listen to people coming over here taking content from over here and going to regurgitate it and don't know what the fuck they talking about? You want to listen to me? Or you want to listen to these dodo birds out here? Who you want to listen to? You want to change your life, or do you want to be a cheerleader? You want to change your life, or do you want to be a cheerleader? Right? It's a new sheriff in town, baby. Too bad Kevin Samuels checked out. Too bad Kevin Samuels checked out before I could talk to him, because I was prepping and I was ready. But I think he knew I was on the way and decided, hey man, I'm on out. I done my thing, and I done made, I got my little fame, got my little name etched in stone. Deuces. I think that fool knew I was coming, because I was ready for him. I'm ready for anybody who wants to challenge me, because I can back up everything that I say. You cannot win this battle. You cannot win. Now after that, I saw him talk to Jordan Peterson. And then I noticed something in Jordan Peterson's interview with Frans De Waal. Jordan Peterson was fighting for his life in the conversation with Frans De Waal, because he wanted to. All Jordan Peterson kept doing is pushing back on the female. Well, the females do this. Well, the females are just as competitive as the males, and maybe because females are agreeable and men are disagreeable. He kept doing that. I'm like, Jordan, Mr. Peterson, man, why won't you just accept that the male is just not wired for this? See, when Frans De Waal said that the males are like they have a possibility to adopt the young, that's where I felt like the man was coming out like, okay, well, they still have a place, they'll do it, but looking at the world, is what's the possibility versus the probability that they just lazy and they'll wait till ain't no females around to decide to take care of the kids, as opposed to going ahead and murking them kids, right? We gonna look at Jordan Peterson's interview too with him, right? And I want to show you, or y'all can just go look at it yourself. I want you to see how Jordan Peterson was fighting for men's lives in there, because they do not want to. The reality is they do not want to see the fact that they've been overbred, that they have been overproduced, and because their nature is scarcity, right? The nature is scarcity. And resources are being restricted, and women are a resource. So this hurts them so bad because women have economic parity, right? They have economic parity, which gives them more power to reject males. If you get women on a solid accord where I can break women from this patriarchal poisonous program running on them, baby, it's not gonna be pretty for them. Because when you get women to stop competing against each other, right, and get them working with each other, it creates a powerful force that the male cannot penetrate, right? And the average male is not fit to be the top male to even be amongst the resource of a woman. So because they're resource driven and they're scarcity minded, the loss of female access, or the loss of access to females, causes them to crumble. And Jordan Peterson is you crying for these dudes because they were brought here and bred here and produced here in abundance with no purpose, and they can't find it. So now we're dealing with a human universe 25 experiment on steroids, where the environmental stimulus, because there's an ether in the earth. There is an intelligence in the earth that you do not have the ability to see with your own eyes, but those vibrations, right? Those vibrations are interacting with the vibrations of humanity. And the planet knows that it's in a cancerous state. So the intelligence of the planet is impacting the male to reduce his Y chromosome, to reduce his sperm, because it's too many of them here. That is infinite intelligence that the human does not have any control over. So as a result of man trying to play God, man manipulating planet Earth, they have brought pain and war unto the male. And the male cannot survive, and all of these artificial mechanisms have become overburdened. They become overburdened and they can no longer sustain themselves. So now it's every man for himself, but I'm trying to get women to stop being every woman for herself. That ain't your nature, baby. Competing ain't your nature, baby. trying to be the baddest bitch over everybody. That ain't your nature, baby. You acting like a male. And if you want to save yourself, you need to erase the male program out of your head. You need to delete it. You need to start building relationships with women. Stop being a pick-me. Stop being so hateful. Stop being so envious. You don't got no business concerning yourself with what males think, feel, or believe, because the only thing that's going on in their head right now is how the hell am I gonna survive? What bitch can I leech off of? Right? Who can I get to protect me from the wrath that's on the way? You ain't got no business trying to play catch a predator, ladies. And what do I mean by catch a predator? Being on Instagram, half-ass naked, raising your voice, pretending to be something you not, just so you could get the attention of a fucking predator. All of this sacred femininity shit from these femininity coaches and all that. That shit is how to catch a predator. That is not true femininity, sweetheart. Oh yeah, I know y'all like how I switched it up when I started talking to Frans De Waal. I know y'all like how I switched it up. See, baby, I'm a chameleon, baby. I can go into any environment. I can talk to anybody. Right. All up and down the timeline, shaking your behind, right? Taking half-naked pictures, showing that you ain't got no confidence because you want male validation, baby. That is not feminine. That's desperation. That's bait. You are playing bait. Right? And you're so damn silly that you don't even realize that men do not have the ability to empathize. They can't put themselves in your shoes and see things from your point of view or feel how you feel. They don't have that ability. So the male, he puts on a costume and he puts on a hat, whatever hat that you tell him that he needs to wear so that he can catch you. They think that you do the same thing too. They believe that you do the same thing too. And since the male operates from the left side of the brain, which is the analytical side or the computation side of the brain, let me tell y'all one more time, all of my new supporters, all of the new listeners, everybody, listen to me. Let me tell you something. If you've ever heard a man say men are more logical than females, or men are more logical than women, women are more emotional, men are more logical, let me give you a real quick give you some quick education on the brain. You have the left hemisphere of the brain, and then you have the right hemisphere. The right side of the brain is the feminine side of the brain. This is the creative side, okay? This is the abstract side of the brain. The left side of the brain is the computation side of the brain. It is the analytical side of the brain. It is the logical side of the brain. I need you to understand that males are more logical than females in terms of. It's important. They like to put a period after that. Men are more logical, period. No, I'm not going to let you skate by like that, my brother. No. That's an incomplete sentence. Men are more logical in terms of survival. need fulfillment. Men are more logical in terms of need fulfillment. The left side of the brain is where the area for tool use exists. Like hold, handle, right? Drive, move, right? That's on the left side of the brain. Hammer. When a male looks at you as a woman, an area in the left side of his brain lights up. When you dress like a quote unquote hoe, like they call you, the area that lights up for tool use is on the left side of the brain. So when men see you, the first thing that they think is how to use you. How to use you for need fulfillment. Let me say that one more time. When a male looks at a woman, the left side of his brain lights up. The left side of his brain is the computation side of the brain, which makes the male more logical in terms of survival and need fulfillment, period. So when he looks at you to find out how to use you to get his needs fulfilled and to survive. That is a fact. It's not from the right side of the brain. Are we tracking? So you can listen to me, or you can listen to these dodo birds out here who just trying to run up a bag, and while they making the world worse and getting people jacked up out here. Right? At the end of the day, is this more about making the world a better place? Do men actually want women to choose better, or do they just want to use it as a gaslighting tactic to have women going crazy? Because if the idea is for women to choose better, you can't choose better unless you know better, right? The world can't be a better place unless people know better. You cannot keep people in an ignorant state of mind. So my job here is to raise the consciousness of the planet. And women, the planet depends on women. Did you not hear Frans De Waal say that in the interview, baby? We finna go back over it. Frans De Waal said it in the interview. So I'm gonna let y'all take a real quick break and go get you some chips, cookies, whatever you want to get. And we're finna replay this interview, and I'm going to elucidate some points and go deeper point by point to show you that this is not a game, right? These people are not ready for what I'm bringing, right? So that's why it's so easy for me to tell a dude to humble himself, because I know something that you don't think I know. And you can't pull the wool over my eyes, baby. I see too clearly. So you could go run that bullshit on somebody else, because it ain't working over here. Okay? So I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Let me go get my little snack and something to drink, and maybe let me play one of my songs, right? Let me play one of my songs, because some of y'all, I play the, what's her name? King Sis at the beginning. Now, we finna get this. So yeah, we got some people in here. Y'all stuck around. We took a break. We took a break because we just went through the interview, and I said that I was gonna watch that interview all the way through, and then I was gonna come back and do some analysis step by step for some of the things he said. Now, I might not make it all the way through an hour, and I might, so just stick around. Oh, I went to the dentist today. Y'all see? Ain't no gap, y'all. The gap gone, baby. Yeah, the gap is gone. All right. So now, yeah, the smile is all the way. Took a little over 2 years to get it all aligned, but we got it all aligned, baby. All right. So we have, for those of you who are just coming in here, we have, I did an interview with primatologist and biologist Frans De Waal. And I asked him a series of questions, and the answers that he gave to the questions that I asked lined up 100% with what I have said, or I say 99% of what I have said on this show in my teachings. I am a teacher. And I guess you could say I'm an entertainer, because every time I look at the comment section, I be having these people laughing. So they make me think I'm a little funny, okay? So sometimes I say stuff that's funny that make it seem like I'm a comedian as opposed to an entertainer. But I'm all that, baby. I'm all that. So sit down, get ready to go through an analysis with me, all right? Okay. All right. Okay. And we are back. We are back here. And so we're gonna skip the intro. We're just gonna get on to the that's the wrong one. What the hell is that? Oh, that's my book club. Yeah, I can't show y'all the book club, baby. I can't show you the book club. Y'all got to join that's high level information right there. You think I got some information here? Baby, you join the book club, man, your mind be blown. It's too much there. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, let's cut through the. Okay, what happened to the rest of a network error caused the media download to fall apart or fail apart? Hold on, we gotta figure out what's the dealio. Hold on. No, we have some technical issues now. Hold on. I hope they not saying that I can only play this one time. I know they can't be saying that. No, they can't be saying that. Let me shut it down and restart it. Hold on. Let me shut it down and restart it. Okay. Record it. Boom. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we good to go now. All right. So we're gonna skip the intro. Dr. De Waal delves into the of these incredible creatures and the. Come on now, damn, I didn't know it was that long.
And then I first worked with birds mostly, and only later moved to the primates. And the interest in chimpanzees came even after that. And of course, since chimpanzees and bonobos are our closest relatives, the comparisons with humans are more easily made than with other animals.
Okay, so this is important. Chimpanzees and bonobos are the closest related to humans than any other animal. So our behavior is is in alignment with these primates. So if we're going to compare human behavior to any animal, it would be primates. Okay? So we're talking about chimpanzees and bonobos. Chimpanzees are patriarchal. They have a patriarchal setup. And bonobos have a matriarchal setup. Okay? Here we go.
So in my popular books, I do that. But in the scientific writing, it's mostly focused on these animals themselves.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So can you briefly explain some of the differences between bonobo societies and chimpanzee societies?
Yeah, they are very closely related primates. They can interbreed even. That's how close they are. And the bonobo is a little bit smaller. They used to be called dwarf chimpanzees, and because they're a bit smaller than the chimpanzee. In the chimpanzee is a very male-dominated society. Males are very political, always making coalitions, and I wrote a book, Chimpanzee Politics, which was my first popular book about that. But even in a chimpanzee society, the alpha female is a very important character who plays a role in the politics too.
Okay, so there is an acknowledgement of an alpha female in a chimpanzee society. Dodo birds on podcasts who didn't graduate from high school and don't value education. We don't care about your education. Bitch, do you realize we don't even care if you can read? Is you fit, feminine, and friendly? We don't care about your degrees, right? Those dodo birds, them. In their eyes, ain't no alpha female, don't no alpha female exist. But the primatologist who studies this says that the alpha female is pretty prominent in chimpanzee politics. Let's see. Let's continue.
And then they're very territorial, chimpanzees. The males go out of their way to other territories in the forest.
Oh, shoot. That sounds just like what I tell you about human males or masculine energy. Ain't that what I say about masculine energy? Territorial.
And then
territorial. And in that territory, what do? They move from territory to territory. Remember, masculine energy is a moving energy. The male body is the masculine vessel in the three-dimensional plane. I'm intertwining occult wisdom into biology and anthropology. Is that what we doing? Yeah, because that's how you draw. That's how you connect dots. That's how you draw conclusions, right? Because they say everything is connected, right? We are all one, right? So if you really truly believe that everything is connected, why are you isolating vital pieces of information? You're supposed to be connecting the dots to create a bigger picture. Masculine energy is a moving energy. The male body is the masculine vessel on a three-dimensional plane. And that male vessel moves. And so what they want to do, conquer and own territory. So the chimpanzee goes out to other territories. That's what they do. So, as a woman, you are operating in delusion by trying to keep a male. You let these weak eggplant holding shrimp Oscar Mayer wieners gaslight you and finesse you into you ain't believing that you ain't no good woman if you can't keep a male. Remember Farrakhan? You ain't no woman. I don't care about your career. I don't care. You can say whatever the hell you want to. You ain't a good woman if you can't keep a man. You remember that? You remember that? Keeping an energy like masculine energy that is a moving energy still is a losing battle. You hear me? You hear me? Spit it again, rewind. Keeping an energy that is created to be a moving energy still is delusion and psychosis. So you let the Oscar Mayer wiener finesse you and make you believe that you're a bad woman because you can't keep moving energy still. I got 5 on it. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. I got 5 on it. Yeah. And I get on these podcasts and I tell them, shit, we don't love these hoes. You pass these niggas around. Pass them around. Yeah, you do. You don't keep, a male is not to be kept. You don't keep masculine energy. You let that motherfucker move. And if he go out there in the wilderness and he get bit by a scorpion and he become paralyzed, that's just what was supposed to happen to his life, right? But you don't keep that still. Just like the chimpanzees go out into the wilderness and territories, you supposed to let the male go wander off and fall off a cliff and don't try to save him.
To kill other males, mostly males. No.
What? To go kill other males? They go to other territories to kill other males? Didn't I tell you that the nature of the male is violent? And if you try to keep that energy in the house, it ends up popping off on you. You try to contain masculine energy, and since it can't go out to territory to fight other males, it ends up fighting you at the house. I got 5 on it. Yeah, they can't mess with Pastor P, baby. The queen make her sit down.
Females. And so there's a lot of violence, but there's also a lot of cooperation.
Hold on, let's go. Let me rewind that.
Politics, which was my first popular book about that. But even in a chimpanzee society, the alpha female is a very important character who plays a role in the politics too. And then they're very territorial, chimpanzees. The males go out of their way to other territories in the forest to kill other males, mostly males, not females. And so there's a lot of violence, but there's also a lot of cooperation.
Okay, it's a lot of violence and a lot of cooperation. They go out to kill other males, not so much females. The male was created to go to war and die, right? They fight each other. That's what they do. And then patriarchy, instead of letting them fight each other, they put them in the house to let them fight you, right? Isolating you in a nuclear family, cutting you off from your group of women friends and your women family, put you in a war situation. That's what patriarchy did. Isolated you, put you in a war situation with a fucking beast. And then you wonder why femicide rates and domestic violence rates are so goddamn high, right? And then they get mad when I say that they were slaves and their asses are expendable. If you wasn't expendable, what the hell you going to another territory to kill other males for? Because you ain't worth being here? Could that be why? Could that be why? Oh, yeah, that energy this side of Princella didn't come out when I was talking to Mr. De Waal, did it? This side of Princella didn't come out when I was talking to Mr. De Waal, did it? Huh.
They hunt cooperatively. So, and the males are actually also friends. They are rivals at the same time that they are friends. A bit like human males, I think.
A bit like human males, yeah. They rivals and friends at the same time, and they go hunt together. That could be why they set up, bring chicks over there, have one dude call the chick. She like this dude. She get over there, and then they expect her to let them all run a train on them, because you know what? They cooperative when they hunting. They cooperative when they seeking for prey, right? Much like human males. That came out of Dr. De Waal mouth.
And so that's the chimpanzee society. The bonobos, the females are smaller than the males, and so individually a female bonobo will not dominate the male. If you have a zoo, sometimes happens.
Whoa, what did he say? Female bonobos are smaller than the males. So an individual female cannot take on a male. Listen to what he say. An individual female cannot take on a male. Going back to the nuclear family, going back to isolation. The male has to isolate his victim. That's why when you marry a dude, he wants you to cut off all your friends. He drives a wedge between you and your friends. And so the nuclear family isolated the woman. It is based on male nature, patriarchy, and all of its economic philosophies baked into the cultural practices, everything rooted in male nature, all the way down to the nuclear family through isolating a woman from her goddamn support system. Holla if you hear me, goddamn it. Holla if you hear me. Princella, the goddamn queen maker in the house. Princella, the queen maker in the house. So how does the female bonobo monkeys handle the males? Because remember, he said that rape is non-existent in a female-led community like bonobo monkeys. If the females are smaller than the males, how the hell do they control them and keep them from raping? Let's go back to 4 minutes and let them say it all the way through.
And so that's the chimpanzee society. The bonobos, the females are smaller than the males, and so individually a female bonobo will not dominate the male. If you have a zoo, sometimes happens, where you have one male and one female bonobo, then the male is dominant. As soon as you add a second female, the females become dominant because they cooperate very well.
Woo! She can't do it alone, but as soon as you add another female, the females become dominant because they're cooperative. And you pick-me's, you male-dominated, drunk off penis juice, putting nut milk in your cereal and your Cheerios every goddamn morning, waking up thinking about hot dogs, going to bed thinking about sausage. You let these territorial, predatory males drive a wedge between you and other women, separating you, conquering you through age, ethnicity, hair, skin color, body shape. You let these motherfuckers draw a wedge between you and other women and co-opt you in to supporting male destruction. This what you done. And y'all go to their churches, you go to their podcasts, and you listen to that toxic shit every day, and then you come out and try to uphold a patriarchal philosophy, and you wonder why the world is in the toilet. Holla if you hear me. Preach, Dr. De Waal. Tell them the truth. From a biological point of view, from an anthropological point of view, from a primatologist point of view, tell them the truth.
And so the females have a high level of solidarity. They are collectively dominant over the males. The alpha individual is a female. In captivity always, and I've heard the same thing now of the field work, they are confirming that too in the field. And so it's a female-dominated society where the males are actually not very cooperative with each other, not like the chimp males. Mm-hmm. And they are much more what we call mama's boys. They hang around mom because mom is dominant, mm-hmm. and mom protects them. Yeah.
Yes. So can you delve into how our society as humans resemble that more of the chimpanzee society, and how some changes could be made to resemble more of a bonobo society?
Well, I think we have something in common with both.
Mm-hmm.
The male bonding and male rivalry, and that combination of the two is very human-like, I think. I myself, I grew up in a family of 6 boys. And so I know the dynamic of that is that you very quickly, men establish a hierarchy, but they can also be very good friends and very loyal friends to each other. Mm-hmm. So I think that with chimpanzees, we have that in common. With bonobos, we have in common the level of female solidarity, which I think also exists in human society. And female bonding is quite important in human society. Mm-hmm. And so I think we have that aspect in common. In addition, the bonobos are very sexy creatures, and so they resolve conflict with sexual behavior.
Oh, bonobos! Whoa, that's some key right there. Bonobos solve conflict with sexual behavior. I told y'all over and over that sexuality is a power source that belongs to the female. I told you that. And that the key to destroying women was to make women ashamed of their sexual power, co-opt them into giving it over to males, and then isolating them. The male has attacked the female from multiple angles. And women were using their sexual power amongst themselves. I need to go ahead. Let me put myself back in the corner, because I could be in the corner now. I ain't want to be on the corner at the beginning. Okay. Baby, I am unfuckwittable. Y'all better stop playing with me. Baby. Hold on. Let's see. Let me go back to... where's my... put it here. Let's see. I'm gonna put myself back in the... I gotta put myself back in the corner. And this, there we go. There I am. I wanna show you something, because I wanna go to his book. I wanna go to this book, Bonobo, the Forgotten Ape. The male has destroyed the female through the use of biological knowledge. And I am a firm believer, I don't care what nobody say, that these primates were used as a basis for human genetic modification, right? I don't care what nobody say. That's what I believe, and I'm sticking to it. But I'm not going to insert my beliefs into a factual discussion that I can prove right now. Hold on, let me turn my light on so I can see. Let's go to a page in this book and see what he say about the bonobos. Okay. Let me start over here. I want to read two. Okay. At the beginning. Okay. So let me start here at the beginning. Intimate relationships. That's the chapter we started on. Intimate relationships between bonobos. Now, what did Frans De Waal just say? Y'all heard this? You heard him say it. I didn't say it. He said it. Bonobos solve conflict with sexual behavior. An adult male bonobo grooms an adult female. Captive studies indicate that males seek contact with females, but that females prefer one another's company. A rather puzzling preference, given that females are also the migratory sex and thus are unrelated to each other. Female bonding is perhaps the sharpest contrast between bonobos and chimpanzees. It's the sharpest contrast. And the females prefer each other. I told you that one, esoteric, occult wisdom. The circle represents feminine energy, represents the feminine. 360 degrees, feminine. The square represents the masculine, rigid, straight lines. The term straight is a masculine term. There is nothing straight about a circle. There is nothing straight about the feminine essence. Nothing. So it explains why women claim to be straight sexually. They claim to be straight verbally. But then the brain studies show that there's no such thing as a heterosexual woman, that their brains, right, fire up and respond to a wide variety of sexual stimuli. That the male sexuality is more straight or fixed, and the females is kind of inconclusive because she get turned on by everything. The porn industry, the behavior, it shows it, it proves it. So now you go back here where he said bonobos are bisexual. That's what he said. I didn't say it. Well, I said it before, but y'all think it's just me saying it. No, the studies show it, right? So how did males defeat you? It's real simple. Think about it. How often do males try to get women to have threesomes? Men trying to get their wives to get engaged in threesomes? Most women have had a male to try to co-opt them into being in relationships with other women. Why? Because the male knows the female better than she knows herself. So they know that the female is more sexually fluid. So they do it to control the female. As long as they are in the center of it, they cool with it. The moment they are not in the center of it is when they have a problem. Why? Because that creates a bond between the females that dominate the males. Oh, you think I'm just talking? Well, let's go ahead and switch to the next page. Show you the pictures here. I'll show you the pictures here. It says, one female leads another to a quiet spot for some undisturbed genital rubbing. At the time this photo was made at San Diego's Wild Animal Park, one male was systematically interfering with intimacies among females. Once the females had gained dominance over him, his intervention ceased, and the females could GG rub in the open. Remember that video that I showed you? Remember that video I showed y'all a couple months ago with the people at the party, and the chicks was dancing on each other, and the male came from behind the stage and jumped in the middle of them? Listen, y'all, this whole dynamic of breaking up female groups, that's in the male's nature. The dude is literally a chimpanzee in the wild. Okay? That's just a fact of nature, whether you like it or not. That's the fact of nature. So there is a chart in here. There's a chart in here. See that chart? At the last box says female dominance. And then the shaded last box says reduced infanticide. Female dominance leads to reduced infanticide. Female relationships at the top. It's a flow chart. Prolonged sexual attractiveness and its effect on males is reduced competition. But prolonged sexual attractiveness leads to genital rubbing in the females, which leads to female alliances, which then leads to female dominance, which then reduces infanticide, right? I didn't say it. I said it. I did. But the primatologist backed up my claims. And so does all the research. Right? I don't open my mouth and say nothing that I can't back up with fact. Right? So let me continue to let the professional back up what I've said all over this damn podcast. That's why I don't listen to the average male, because the only thing he's trying to do is get his needs met and control the power that lies within the woman. That's all he's trying to do. And I have no interest in helping him do it.
Which I think we recognize in humans also. Mm-hmm. And so we are a very erotic species, even though in public we don't talk so much about that. But I think we are clearly an erotic species. And that is something we also share with the bonobos, sort of creative sex and sex for pleasure. That's really the human way also, I would say.
Yes, indeed. My question to you in regards to that, would you say that in comparison to the bonobos, are we more sexualized and over-sexualized in the human society, or is it about the same?
I think we are equally sexually active and interested, but we have so many rules against it sometimes.
Now I'm going to pause right there. I personally believe that we are more sexualized than the bonobo. Why? Because we have more sexual stimuli pushed at us. You have it in TV, you have it in movies, you have it in music, right? Sex is suggested everywhere. And then you've cramped everybody into these small quarters where they're always in contact with each other, which induces sexual activity. I truly believe that if we were less cramped in and we had other ways to expel energy, that human sexuality would be reduced a great deal. But because of the propaganda and the stimulus, or the multiple avenues of stimuli or sexual suggestion that's around and being bombarded into humans, it leads me to believe that humans are much more sexualized than the bonobo, because the bonobo is not faced with all of that. They just in their little environment, and that's how they get down, right?
And especially in American society, I'm from the Netherlands originally, which is a more liberal society. But in the US, which was founded by the Puritans, there's a certain prudishness which exacerbates the whole issue. I think it makes it, it's a bit like forbidding alcohol, then alcohol becomes more interesting.
So so he said it was done by the Puritans. Why do they shame sexuality so much? Remember, this was a patriarchal system. The U.S. was patriarchal, full-on patriarchal. In order to be full-on patriarchal, being dominated by the male, it must have male principles or male character traits incorporated in it, which is dominance, right? Aggression, isolating the victim, right? And in order for males to dominate women, they have to reduce the female sexual power. You have to reduce it. Because if you allow women to be free and allow them to create bonds between each other through that freedom of sexual fluidity, the male don't stand a chance to dominate the female. That's just the bottom line. So that's the reason why it was so shamed and so controlled. The male needs control, the female needs freedom. And I'll talk about that maybe another day or later on in a video. It just is based on how I feel when I'm gonna talk about it. But let's just remember that the male needs control and the female needs freedom.
And the same thing is happening with the sex in this country, is that people get very obsessed, and they freak out, like with Nipplegate, you know, that thing with Janet Jackson. They freak out seeing one nipple for half a second. The whole country goes down morally, they say, and that's something that I cannot understand, because
that's all a brainwash from patriarchal philosophy. I'm telling you. Remember, philosophy is created at the top of any pyramid, and morality is a byproduct of the philosophy. Morality tells you what is right and what is wrong. And in a patriarchal system that is run by patriarchal philosophy that is created to ensure male survival and to ensure male power, you have to say that sexual freedom is wrong. Because you cannot allow the woman to be sexually free. You cannot allow her to build bonds with other women. So you have to create a moral standard that says that's wrong. That's why.
In Holland, I'm sure if a nipple had been seen for half a second, no one would even remember that the next day.
Correct. Yeah. I agree with you. And how about sexual fluidity throughout the bonobo society? Can you explain that?
Yeah, the bonobos, I usually call them bisexual, because I'm not sure that it matters very much to them whether they have sex with a male or a female.
They bisexual. A lot of women on my page who are either lesbian or bisexual and have called into my show or wrote in the chat that they have had experiences a lot of times, a lot, and I'm pretty sure that when I get finished with this, they'll call in and acknowledge that they be messing with so-called straight women and women who be married. And I don't care what they say, because it's men out there that say they be fucking married women all the time. So use a lie. Use a goddamn lie if you gonna come over here and say, I'm straight. I ain't never, and you're watching fucking lesbian porn. Use a goddamn lie. Because your ass done already been exposed by the males and the females. You're cheating on your husband with his best friend, and your ass been watching lesbian porn, playing with yourself and talking about under the comments, ooh, I don't know why I like this. Man, I want to meet up with somebody today. If you out here in LA, come holler at me. I know you hoes be lying. All right? So just shut up, okay? Because your asses, all y'all asses have been exposed. The male has been exposed. The female has been exposed. The truth is the truth gonna shine a light on you. So 96 to 98% of the primate or the bonobo and chimpanzee genome is shared with human beings. You can't keep on lying, sweetheart. The truth will set you free.
And there is sex in all combinations of individuals. Also, people sometimes forget that. That also means between adults and the young.
Mm-hmm. Now, a long time ago, I can't find this no more. He said that also means between the adults and the young. You know, a long time ago, I had found an article that said bonobo males, and I don't know why I didn't ask him this. It did not pop in my head. I wish I would. I don't know why I didn't ask him this. It did not pop in my head during the interview. But I had read a couple years ago that the bonobo male will wait till the mother leaves the nest and then go mess with the newborn females after she wait till the mother leave. Now, I haven't seen that again. So I don't know how much truth is in that, but I wish I would have thought about that while I had him on the phone and I could have asked him to verify. But he did just say that means adults and the young. So it leads me to believe that there is some validity to what I read. All right? Some validity. Who messing with who, right? Because that might give you some insight as to why males keep pursuing prepubescent children and sitting there waiting on them to turn 18 so it's legal. Because the male does not have an internal moral compass. The male does not have an internal moral compass. So the laws have to tell him what's right and what's wrong to do, because without the laws telling him what's right and wrong to do, he will just do whatever. So you need to govern the male. "96 to 98% of the human genome shared with bonobos and chimpanzees."
Among the young also, because the sexual activity can start very early. So there's all the combinations are possible. And in addition, in the primates, we see also individuals who don't fit the mold. So who are born like a female, but they act more like a male, or the other way around. So we have all that gender.
We have that too. We have that too. Now, in human society, they want to put you in boxes and say, oh, like people will look at me and then try to put me in the category of a male, right? Because of the varying, the spectrum of how a personality can come out, right? Because it's black, white, this or that with two-dimensional thinkers. They don't have a spectrum to behavior, but in nature, there's a spectrum. But humans are the dodo birds that want to eliminate the spectrum and be black or white thinkers. That's male thinking, right? So let's continue to hear what he got to say about that.
The diversity that you have in human society, we can find in the other primates. In bonobos, I would say the sexual activity is very high. But it's not, people sometimes think that they must be doing it the whole day, but that's not how it works. They have brief contacts. 10 seconds is actually a long sexual contact for bonobos. And
that sounds like about the human male, 10 seconds. How many of y'all ain't getting no damn orgasms and then you roll over and have to finish yourself off? Because he was they got a whole song, 1 minute man, right? 10 seconds. That's about right. That sound about goddamn right. 10 seconds for the human male.
so they have brief, you have to look at it more like a handshake or something. Like the way we shake hands, they rub their genitals together.
The way we shake hands, they rub their genitals together, right? And they peaceful. Ain't no rape in the bonobo community, and ain't no aggression because the females dominate and can own their sexual power. The females dominate and can own their sexual power. Men know that sexual power between women is so strong and powerful. That's the reason why they want to use an insult to call you a stud or a lesbian. And they call this a lesbian code all the time. I don't care. Call it what you want to call it, because I know you just hating and mad that you don't have the sexual power that was bestowed upon women. And you so desperately need to break that up at every opportunity that you get. That's the reason why it's cool for you to have a threesome as long as you in the middle, but as soon as the chicks exclude you, you're mad. You're mad even though you're the number one begging women to have sexual experiences with each other. You're the one who's trying to force it, even against her will. You cool with it as long as you can control it and manipulate it and wield it for your own personal benefit. The male wants to tap into female sexual power and wield it for his own benefit. He don't want you to have it amongst yourselves, though. And Frans De Waal is sitting here telling you that the sexual power in the female bonobos is strong enough to control this whole thing and make the world peaceful, make their whole living environment peaceful. Meanwhile, your dumb ass sitting up here fighting other females for some penis juice, That's what you doing. Looking like a whole psycho out here. Yes, indeed. Okay, and how much of our human genome is shared with bonobos and chimpanzees?
Well, it used to be said that it was 98.5%. We are now down to 96% of active genes. So it's a lot. We are extremely, the relationship between us and bonobos and chimpanzees is as close as between the two elephant species. You know, you have African elephants, Asian elephants. They both look like elephants, but they are quite different in many ways. That's how close we are to bonobos and chimpanzees.
That's the reason why that statement right there is the reason why I believe that some intelligent outer galactic being used these primates as a base, right? And manipulated the DNA to create the human species. I think the human species is a genetically modified organism, but that's a topic for another discussion because we that damn close. We are that close to these primates, right? And our behaviors mimic theirs so closely. I mean so closely. Makes you go, right? And another reason why I think it was an outer galactic being, because after doing all of my shows and I've concluded that the male is biologically and socially retarded by nature, there's no way that the human male created this sophisticated system. Ain't no way that these dodo birds running the damn podcast put this sophisticated system together to dominate the world. No, baby, that was somebody from Planet Risk. That was somebody from the 13th galaxy. That wasn't none of you dodo birds. I know good and goddamn well. Right? So you need us for making babies. How you gonna get pregnant? That's all they could, that's the only damn rebuttal. I know them retarded motherfuckers didn't come up with this. Yes, indeed. Okay. And in terms of when we speak about life as a biologist, we know that there are 5 distinct characteristics of examining life. And one of these characteristics is response to environmental stimuli. And with the different environments that some of these species are in relation to us, I want to speak about their family structures. In your book, The Bonobo, the Forgotten Ape, you speak about how we share female bonding traits with bonobos, male bonding traits with chimpanzees, but when it comes to the nuclear family structure, that is totally a unique creation of the human society. Can you go into more detail about that?
Yeah, so humans made the step, and we don't know exactly how and why, but they made the step of involving males more in the family.
Now he say, I don't really know why. I don't know why humans made the step. We don't know how they made it, and we don't know why they made it. But they made the step to involve males more in the family in the house. That means at the beginning, these raggedy banana eating motherfuckers, right? Ain't have no place in the family. And then some genius got the idea to bring this wild beast into the house. Into the house. Well, I don't know. I don't know why they made a step to bring the males into the house. I don't know either, Dr. De Waal. Dr. De Waal, I don't know either. And it's puzzling because in 2023, you still got these dodo bird pick-me females steady trying to keep a male in the house that's whooping her ass. And she know he whooping her ass, right? But then she'll get on social media, my husband, my man, I've been married for 17 years, knowing she got a black eye on the weekend, right? Made the mistake If it made, because it sounded like a mistake, because he said, I don't know why but they made the step. Now they made the mistake of bringing this beast into the house.
So in bonobos and chimps, the females do everything. The males may protect them against external dangers. That's possible.
He say, listen to the language he used. Listen to the language he used. He say, the females do everything, and then they co-opted your dumb ass. Right? Y'all see the contrast. Y'all see my professionalism while I'm talking to him. And now that the interview is over and I'm going back, I done just came out the bag. They done co-opted you and tricked you into abandoning your female relationships, your friendships, your companionships, and sharing the duties with other women. And they done tricked you into sharing the duties of household labor with a male that don't ever do it, even in the goddamn in a primate community. They don't even do it amongst primates. They lazy there. And then you wonder why your ass getting divorced. I'm so stressed out. You're getting on Anonymous Askers. Please post anonymously. I have been married for 17. I have been with this man for 17 years, married for 4 years. You spent 13 years being a motherfucking girlfriend. And now you'd have been married for 4 years. We've been together for 17 years. We've been together for 17 years. Married for 4, and I can't get him to pick up his doodle drawers, and I call him cheating, but he don't never help me in the house. That's what you get on Anonymous Askers every goddamn post and say, because the people that was supposed to be helping you in the house, Dodo Bird, was other women, and they done made you marry a parasite and carry all the goddamn burdens on your own.
But they don't carry the young, they don't feed the young, they don't protect them. No.
They don't do shit. They don't protect them. They don't feed the young. They don't do nothing. But remember, I just told you, listen to the words he used. He say, the males may protect the females against the threat. That's a possibility. He didn't even say they absolutely did that. And you wonder why your ass depressed. My man, I just got married, and I understand that in order to keep my marriage intact, that I'm gonna have to cut off all my friends, because being a married woman, having single women friends is just not good for the marriage. So I can't talk to you no more. Help me. He don't do nothing. Frans De Waal, tell him again, baby. Tell him again. We share female bonding traits with bonobos, male bonding traits with chimpanzees, but when it comes to the nuclear family structure, that is totally a unique creation of the human society. Can you go into more detail about that?
Yeah, so humans made the step, and we don't know exactly how and why, but they made the step of involving males more in the family. Mm-hmm. So in bonobos and chimps, the females do everything. The males may protect them against external dangers. That's possible.
Look, the males may protect them against external dangers. That's possible. It's possible. They may. Not for sure. And you wonder why your marriage is in the toilet.
But they don't carry the young, they don't feed the young, they don't protect them. No, they don't do anything. It's all a female job.
They don't protect the young. They don't feed them. They don't protect the young. They don't feed them. They don't do anything. That's entirely a female job. You heard him say it. God damn it, you heard him say it. Now think about your damn relationships. I think some married people dropped off because it was at 940 people, and now it's at 908. Who got married? Who married and who got triggered? Which one of y'all got triggered? Because you realize that your ass married a bonobo male that don't do shit but sit around and wait for you to do everything. And now you ain't got no homegirls. You ain't got no family because you cut them off for your damn, my man, at least I got a man. At least you got a goddamn parasite. Where your ass at? Come back.
And that also means that the female cannot have too many kids.
Oh, what did I tell you? What I tell you? I told you that children are a warfare tactic from males. So it went down FOMO. Look, I told you it was a tactic from males, didn't I? To knock you up with a bunch of kids so that you lose power and to destroy you. Number one, cut off women from their friends, their female network. Cut them off. Isolate the women. Shame them for their sexual power. Make them depend on males to help them with female duties. That will boggle the woman down and stress her out. Then knock her up with kids that she can't handle. And boom, you have effectively destroyed the woman. Bam. Pastor P, the queen maker, cannot be tussled with. I am the authority in this space. If you come to me, you better come to me like you got some sense, because I have spoken to a primatologist who backs up everything that I have ever said on this podcast, and I have shut Jane Elliott down. I shut Jane Elliott down. For those who don't know. Don't come over here playing with me, because I got facts, baby. I got facts.
Because the interbirth interval is 6 years. Because she has a baby on her belly, she has a baby on her back, a bit older, and she has one following, and she needs to travel through the forest. It's a very complex task, and she cannot handle more than that. And
she cannot handle more than that. So to buy into the idea of marriage, with a male who is not wired, who is not capable of doing this stuff, right? Destroys the woman. This is why 54% of divorced women never want to remarry. This is why 70% of divorces are filed by women, and that number increases to 90% when the woman is college educated. There is a reason. Stop listening to these fools on these podcasts who are uneducated. They don't know what the hell they talking about. Right? So child birth is a warfare tactic from males on females. You just heard Frans De Waal say what the female can and can't do. So let's go back to 10 minutes and 27 seconds and let's play it all the way through so you can hear him say it in totality. In society, can you go into more detail about that?
Yeah, so humans made the step, and we don't know exactly how and why, but they made the step of involving males more in the family. So in bonobos and chimps, the females do everything. The males may protect them against external dangers, that's possible. but they don't carry the young, they don't feed the young, they don't protect them. No, they don't do anything. It's all a female job.
Mm-hmm.
And that also means that the female cannot have too many kids, because the interbirth interval is 6 years, because she has a baby on her belly, she has a baby on her back, a bit older, and she has one following, and she needs to travel through the forest. It's a very complex task, and she cannot handle more than that. And the males do very little. Now, humans have made the step.
Woo-wee! Please tell me, Pastor P ain't. Let me give myself a round of applause. Let me give myself a round of applause. Thank you, universe, creator, divine feminine, for giving me the urge to go to school and study cell and molecular biology so that I can have respect for planet Earth and life, studying the science and the nature of life, giving me an analytical mind. Thank you for making me a salesperson, and I'm being top sales. That way I can be persuasive and articulate my ideas and my concepts, right? Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to join the military and going to and getting my commission to learn how to be a leader. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Don't come over here messing with me, because you will lose. Baby, I'm deep in this. This is my purpose, yo. I know exactly what I'm talking about. With precision. I got a damn primatologist backing up everything that I have said with his expertise.
Of getting men involved in the family. And as a result, we can have shorter interbirth intervals. We have now 8 billion people on Earth, which is partly because we got these shorter interbirth intervals.
Bam! He said that. He ain't say it just like I said it, but he said it. That this artificial system that has given males access to females through proximity has boomed the population. Nuclear family setup boomed the population. Agriculture boomed the population. Male sperm swims faster than female sperm, which gives you more male births to female births, more male conceptions to female conceptions. And when you have more male conceptions and male births, and you brainwash everybody with patriarchal philosophies, you end up extending the life of males and keeping them here. Booming the population. Boom, boom, boom. And now with an overabundance of humans, what do you do with them? Well, you can use the male for wars. You can use the male for manual labor. And then you can dispose of him. You can use the female to birth them like baby making machines. Nuclear family, patriarchy, and agriculture are the cause of the boom in population, and now we have overpopulation. Too many consumers, too many males who lack self-control and discipline and are scarcity. And are in a perpetual state of scarcity. Baby, they can't fuck with me, baby. You cannot.
Intervals of 3 or 4 years in hunter-gatherers. And males may have insisted, that's one of the speculations, the males may have insisted on faithfulness in return for caring for the family, so that they're caring for their own offspring. I don't know. I'm personally not a big fan of saying that monogamy is natural.
He knows monogamy ain't natural. It's not. Monogamy is not natural. Monogamy was a tool used to isolate women and keep them attached to males and prevent them from leaving, to extend the male's life, to birth more offspring for the corporations to use as slaves. Dr. Frans De Waal, thank you. Thank you for solidifying and putting a stamp on my intelligence. No, I ain't got no PhD. No, I ain't got no damn biology degree. Right? I don't have no degrees. I'm naturally gifted at this shit. And I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody's paperwork to validate what the hell I know.
I'm not sure it's natural to our species, but it is possible that men were only involved with a small number of families, 1 or 2 or 3, and that they insisted on a stronger commitment, so to speak, in order to be providers for these families. And this may have happened when we left the forest. Our ancestors, at some point, they left the forest. The chimps and bonobos stayed in the forest. Because on the savannah, it's a very dangerous place. It's a very difficult and dangerous place with big predators that humans were probably scared to death or our ancestors were scared to death when they entered that environment. And maybe the males had to get involved when they were on the savannah to carry the young at least, and to protect them and to help the females. Maybe it was impossible to survive on the savannah without some male support. That's possible.
Yes, indeed. Now, remember, the savannah is not resource abundant. In resource-rich environments, the females are independent. They don't need males because they travel together. That was found in the fruit fly as well, right? The female is resource dependent. The savannah is resource depleted. And males thrive in depleted environments. That's the reason why you look all over the world and you see famine, because they can't function unless it's a treacherous environment. To back this up, cortisol is a stress hormone. Cortisol is a stress hormone. Testosterone, when it rises, it cancels out the job of the orbital frontal cortex, which controls impulse. The chemical that counteracts testosterone in the case that it cuts off the orbital frontal cortex is cortisol. The male thrives in stressful fucking environments. Cortisol. Cortisol is bad for women, but seems to be good for males in order to bring down their testosterone levels. So that might explain why they like rough environments, like the savannah. And then you bring that behavior into a house, and then the woman wonders why she getting her ass beat. And this goes, people want me to talk about the male who just got unalived from punching his boy's mother in the face. I have hesitated on saying anything because my opinions are vastly different from the majority. So I cannot just do short form video on it. I need to explain my perspective. That's why my shows are so long, because I have to explain, because I'm not a cookie cutter motherfucker. I'm just not. I have to explain my perspective because it's vastly different, and other people don't see things the way that I see them. So that's why I ain't made no video yet. But I do want you to understand that it is going to be in line with testosterone rising, cortisol, and what happens when women keep talking. When women keep talking and males' testosterone continues to rise, women do not know the nature of a male, and she does not realize how much danger she puts herself into when she's dealing with them. The male is fragile, and it's a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode everywhere he goes. So drawing kind of a correlation to female solidarity and cooperative existence or coexistence with the bonobos, is it safe to say that the creation of the nuclear family specifically in the Western world, in these social dynamics, has actually created a strain for women? Because nowadays you see women with a lot of children, and it's not in the nature of the male to take care of these duties, which contributes to divorce because the woman is overburdened and she's lost her connection to an extended support system of other women. Would it be safe to say that the creation of the nuclear family is more of a detriment than it is a help?
I think it helps with having children, if the male is really involved, of course. It creates a dangerous situation, different from what you say, is that it isolates the family, because we tend to live in huts or houses, so we have our separate dwellings. And for a woman, it's hard to defend herself on her own.
Woo! Shit! God damn it. It put a strain because it isolates the woman and she can't defend herself on her own. Patriarchy. The nuclear family was the cornerstone. It was the nucleus of a patriarchal corporation designed to capitalize off of the dysfunction created by creating a nuclear family to isolate the woman and burden her down with children.
Against the man, because of the physical differences. And so
she can't protect herself against the man because of the physical differences. So it puts the woman in a dangerous position to be isolated.
Open society like with bonobos and chimps, rape is actually, in bonobos it's totally absent.
In bonobos, rape is totally absent. Baby, he didn't say reduce, baby. He said in bonobo society, rape is totally absent. Totally absent. Totally absent. Your female companions, your female relationships are so important, but you have been co-opted into destroying yourself by trying to uphold patriarchal philosophies, support male existence, and all that shit. You have signed up to destroy yourself. You cut off your female friends. You abandon them. When you get some new penis, the first thing that you do is stop hanging out with your friend and you start centering the male that you fucking. not realizing the effects that seminal fluid have on you. And then the only time that this woman, your friend that's been there for you, the only time that she hear from you is when you have a problem with this penis that you fucking. Yeah. I want you to realize that you've been lied to big time. Big time.
Chimpanzees is extremely rare because the females have a level of solidarity and they will not accept a male doing things like that.
Woo! Rape is totally absent because the females have solidarity amongst each other and they will not accept males doing anything like that. It's the female, it's the feminine that controls the reckless masculine energy. God damn it. Woo! Now, if you hear anybody going to repeat shit that I'm saying, knowing good and damn well they ain't got the scholarship to do what I do, you make sure you send people over here so their lives can get saved, as opposed to people co-opting my shit so they can make themselves popular while they don't give a damn about you. Send them over here to the High Power Podcast, where this shit is real time. You don't want no watered down nothing. Right? Let's go back to 14 minutes.
If the male is really involved, of course. It creates a dangerous situation, different from what you say, is that it isolates the family, because we tend to live in huts or houses, so we have our separate dwellings. And for a woman, it's hard to defend herself on her own against the man because of the physical differences. And so in an open society like with bonobos and chimps, rape is actually, in bonobos it's totally absent. In chimpanzees it's extremely rare because the females have a level of solidarity and they will not accept a male doing things like that. And they will go after him.
That's why pygmies are dangerous, because they are attacking the feminine. They help males attack other women. That is not what the females in chimpanzee societies do, and it's not what they do in bonobos. They control the male and they reduce male violence by women sticking together. By women sticking together, they reduce male violence. So women are acting totally out of motherfucking character. And how and why are they acting like this? Because of scarcity. Patriarchy stripping women's rights away and conditioning them to compete against each other for crumbs from fucking males that they took from women. When nature provided the goddamn resources, they created a byproduct of nature's resources and shifted that into the power and control of a male and forced women in submission to males and got them competing for one male by them creating monogamy. By them creating monogamy, it kept women from banding together to use one male, so they forced one male to one female, isolating women and having them compete for the male with the most resources. Princella. I'm a boss, baby. I'm a boss. You acting out of character, ladies. You acting all the way out of character. You need to get your goddamn mind together. Get it right. Because you are helping destroy this goddamn world by acting out of your nature.
Now, if you live in a house with one man, it becomes a very different situation. And so it has created a dangerous aspect. I think the fact that we have more femicides and rapes in the human species than in the other primates is because we have this sort of isolated families.
Woo! Say it again. Say it again. The femicide rates and homicide rates are more than these primates because of these artificial controls that put a predator in the house with a vulnerable female, cut her relationships off with her support system, and isolated her. We are out of divine order all the way.
Structure. And in addition, it's a very large society in which we live, instead of a group of 100 or 200 as used to be for our ancestors. And in a small scale society, everyone knows, of course, what's going on in every place and still can take action. In an anonymous large society, that becomes also very difficult.
It becomes difficult in a large society. And how did the society get this goddamn large? Through agriculture, which is unnatural. And having these large families, knocking women up with 13 kids. Because the male don't know how to stop fucking. And then when you produce all these males, all of them want to fuck. All of them want to fuck. All of them want to fuck. Boom in population, overloading the grid, making a more dangerous society. And then you wonder why they got a depopulation plan. And you wonder why they got a depopulation plan, because they did this shit on purpose. And now it's the population is out of control and they got to bring it down. It's too dangerous. And everybody is walking in the illusion that they safe. You know, my ex quote unquote friend who was a pimp, right? The one I fell out with. He used to say shit. He used to say this all the time. You ain't safe, you just comfortable. And he wasn't talking about me specifically, but he would just say, you ain't safe, you just comfortable. This is coming from a male. At that time, I didn't really process it, but this is how they think. They know this. They know this is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. They know males. You ain't safe, you just comfortable. Y'all just comfortable. Y'all don't know what these males waiting for to happen, because they are beasts, right? Internally, they are lawless beasts waiting for a scarcity, savanna type environment. Because to bring down the effects of testosterone, you need a stress hormone called cortisol. Stress. The male likes stressful situations. The male likes stressful situations. Cortisol don't work too well with women though. Y'all ain't safe. You just comfortable, baby. You just comfortable.
And so I think that's the danger that has been created. The caring tendencies of men, because you say men are not designed to do that, I'm not convinced of that, because in chimpanzees and bonobos, the males do very little, but if there is a female who dies, and all of a sudden we have orphans, then males often adopt them. There are now reports of I think 10 or 12 cases of adult males, sometimes even alpha males, who have adopted a youngster, not for just a couple of days, but for years. So they become the father figure. They're not necessarily biologically the father, but they carry them and they care for them. So the males are capable of it. They have even a tendency to do it. but they leave it all to the female. They're sort of lazy in that regard. Like the females will do it. And there's actually an interesting experiment that was done long ago with macaques, which are monkeys. Mm-hmm. And the experiment was you place a baby monkey in a cage with a male and a female, adult mm-hmm. male and adult female. If that happens, the male doesn't even look at the baby. Mm-hmm. He acts as if it's not there, and the female will grab it and put it on her belly and adopt it. If you do the same thing with a cage in which there's only a male sitting, no female, the male will be hesitant, but at some point he will pick up the baby and adopt it. Mm-hmm. So it's almost as if the male say, well, this is a female job, I'm not going to worry about it, this is not my stuff. But if the female is not there, he will actually do it. Mm-hmm. And so I think males have a caring tendency. And we know from neuroscience studies that human men who are the primary caretakers of children, their brain changes, their hormones change. Mm-hmm. They become more maternal in their brain, actually. So males have that possibility, but they leave it to the females.
They have the possibility. So what's the possibility versus the probability, right? So we gonna pause it. We're gonna pause it right there because we've been on for a little while, and maybe we'll come back and finish this up on another day. Okay, but I do want to get some phone calls up in here. And if I'm changing your mind, and if I'm changing your life and how you see this world, right? Show me some love. Send me a super chat. Send me a Cashapp. Support the show. This is taking me years to figure out and put together, right? And nobody had to teach me. I taught myself. I'm self-taught, baby. All right. I thoroughly enjoyed that interview. I did. And I thoroughly enjoy my doggone dissection, baby. If you bringing me on the show, you better be ready to talk like you got some sense. Because I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to fight with you. And you will act like you got some sense when you talking to me. Right? Because I speak as a matter of factly, and I know what I know. It ain't nothing you gonna tell me. Because I know why you do what you do, baby. I know why you do what you do. So I'm telling you, if y'all ain't got the book, 41 Shades of Men, you might as well go ahead and buy it because I showed you. I'm showing you with my shows that I know what I'm talking about. So what I got in the book? Yeah. 832-627-6575. Holla at your girl. 832-627-6575. Holla at me. Right? Cashapp, Princella C. Cashapp, Princella C. Let's go check and see what we got on the let's see what we got on the super chats. Here we go. Let's see, make sure I got my phone on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me make sure I got my device on. Let me make sure I got my device on. Let me turn it on. Bluetooth on. Connect. All right. Hello, who am I speaking with?
Hey, Princella. This is Tony from LA. I just want to say you shut it down again. Thank you. What you've been saying, it just resonates, so I never doubted you. I did do my research after just for my own knowledge. Mm-hmm. But when truth hits you, you know, like innately, especially women, you know, we know. But this was incredible. But really, I just want to say you shape-shifted so well with this interview. The hair, the makeup, I was like, oh my God, this girl is amazing. So that's all I'm calling to say. Job well done, 10 out of 10. I'm so proud to just even be witnessing this work. So just thank you for everything and have a great night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see. Hello, who am I speaking with?
This is TG from Ethiopia. Hi, Princella. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. What you got for me?
Okay. I just want to ask you something. Regarding this subject that he was saying, that the men will take care of the children or the offspring if the woman is not available. It's true. I've seen it in my life. Like my father took care of me because my mother was not there. She was in a different town. But then once they got together in another city, he became totally different, and he totally forgot about me when my mother is there. So this thing is true. And the other thing I just want to ask you is, there's something that I have observed, which is, you see, when the woman is, this is something that I observed, but I just want to know what your take is on this one, on this subject that I'm going to say. You see, when the woman is relaxed, usually first time, usually they give birth to a girl. But when the marriage becomes hard and like burdens and all the marriage difficulty, then the woman gives birth to male children. You see, I am the firstborn in my family. They were, of course, like first time it was love and everything. But then once they get married and then they start to live, my father becomes, so difficult to live with. My mother, she really suffered. Then she gave birth to 2 boys, you see. And I started to observe in my other families, the firstborns, usually they are girls because it's just like the first time. But then after that, they give birth to male. Then I just also heard another story. It's in a Muslim family. They tell the young bride not to be happy when they are really having their, intercourse. They even like control that she should not be even like enjoying or be happy when she's having intercourse with the man. Why? I think it's because they want her to give birth to a male. Because when the woman is not happy, I think they will be male. This is from my family, cousins and everything. When I observe it, I see similar pattern. And then there are some cultures, they put axe under the bed because they want the mother to give birth to a male. They do so many rituals and everything. So I think I felt like, okay, you see, like when the woman is not happy with the man, when she's stressed with so many things, even though she's still married, she gives birth to a man. So maybe that's why, the devil is oppressing women so that she gives birth to more male. Maybe that's why we're having too much male population. I'm just really thinking, I don't know what your take on this one is. So I just want to share you and then ask you if you have really observed on this matter. That's it.
No, I haven't looked. I haven't looked into that, so I really can't say. I just know that male sperm swims faster than female sperm. So the likelihood that you're gonna have more males, I can't say that has anything to do with emotional state. I can't say that.
I don't know, but I just saw like even those marriage, even here in my country, I know families like they're happy couples, and all of the children, they were all girls. When like they were married till the end, they're never divorced. You don't see anything bad between them, and then all the children are all girls. And then even one of my auntie. The first one, she have a girl because it was the first. She was young and everything. Of course, she was in love and everything. She gave birth, and then he becomes so cruel. She gave a man. She gave birth to a man. To a boy, and then she divorced him. She married another one. Of course, she's already hurt and everything. She gave birth to 2 boys. You see? So I started to observe many families, and I'm like, there's something similar here. Like. I don't know, just try to observe and I don't know, maybe study it, I don't know. Just sharing my opinion here.
Yes,
I don't know,
ma'am.
there's really, if you really observe, just try to see this thing,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, I just want to share this. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We got a lot of calls tonight, y'all. So let's try to let's make sure we get through this so everybody can hit the line, you know.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello, this is Princella. What you got? Who am I speaking with?
Oh wow, you sound so different. Okay, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
Yes.
Hi, Princella.
Ye-
Can you hear me?
yes.
Hi. I am so, I'm so happy to just talk to you. I'm gonna try not to get emotional. I'm gonna make this quick. You already know you're doing something that is beyond just dismantling the foundation of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, this is, I just wanted to say this is doing a lot for me because I'm not gonna hold you. I've been in a space of a lot of cognitive dissonance over the past week.
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny is I had been following you when I first had a TikTok like a year ago,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, I think it was out of sight, out of mind because I stopped seeing your videos so much. But then it came back with your interview on Street Styles. And this was after I had been praying to the God that I thought, was God. But I was saying out of my heart, like, I don't get my purpose. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized listening to you that was because I've been living from a male psychology, out of a male mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And just coming back to myself and who I am as a woman, and just attaching that to my experiences that I've already had as a woman, I'm like, oh shoot, like this is really we're really chosen, So I just really wanted to thank you for that. If I could ask you, what would be your major advice or word of wisdom to me? Like, for example, I'm 30. I was a teacher. The shit stressed me out so much that I quit. And I don't know. That was not the best decision. I didn't make no plans. I had such an emotional response that I just could not do it. But now knowing more about what you're telling me, I know why, And so I'm really literally trying to rebuild my life. So do you have any words for me? Luckily, I ain't got no niggas, no kids. So it's just me. What would you say for a woman in my position?
Well, the question is when you say rebuild, what does that look like?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I've been aware of gifts that I've had, but again, just because of conditioning and thought things that I knew, I did put them to the side to acquire all these things that I thought were going to bring me happiness, and they did not. And so, I'm trying to, even talking to dudes, they're like, you got to play the game, I'm like, I don't know what the game is. I really don't. I really don't know what this game, but now I'm, my eyes are opening. I guess I'm trying to find a way to support my gifts and therefore use my gifts to support the greater purpose. And I didn't think about that before. I literally would just live to work. And now I'm trying to figure out how to switch that. Well, also I'm hearing that, the sky's gonna fall. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to do it. I'm just trying to find the answer. And I feel like I'm just experiencing a lot of cognitive dissonance and fear, but at the same time, there's something in me that knows that there's better. I just really,
well, you need to get into astrology and all that stuff. You need to start studying yourself, right? You got to start being happy by yourself. You need to go on a self-discovery journey. That's the first step, and start analyzing your life and trying to figure out, find meaning. What does your life mean? What do you think you're here for? And so you got to start there, right? But the key, the good thing is now you realize that you believed in a bunch of lies, and so. And when I get off the phone with you, I'm going to speak a little bit more about this thing called the ego, because see, now it's important for people to understand why you need to dismantle the ego.
Wow. That was really helpful. And I do believe that this is all for a reason, especially as hard as I've been praying since coming out of this place, So I really appreciate you. I really appreciate your work. And I hope to join the member club someday, very soon. I'm getting that together.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Bye. Okay. All right. So the ego. I see a lot of people who, it's the blind is out here leading the blind, y'all. Blind really out here leading the blind like a motherfucker, right? And I've seen a couple posts saying, we need our ego. I'm not getting rid of my ego because that sounds like suicide. I'm not getting rid of my ego. They so dumb. I know. I be trying not to be so mean, okay? I don't think I'm the smartest person on the planet. I really don't, But when I see dummies, I have a habit of calling them dumb. I have a habit of calling them retarded. So y'all, listen, I do so much good. Y'all just gonna have to let me skate with that. Y'all gonna have to let me accept me and just realize, listen, Princella cool. She might call you dumb. She might, say something crazy, but she don't mean no harm. Please just give me a pass like that, okay? Because I can't stop calling people dumb. I'm sorry. Look, they say that old dumbass shit. And I have showed you that everything that you thought you knew was a lie. Let me tell you what the ego is. The ego is your external false self. The ego attaches itself to everything. If you got a favorite color, that becomes you, right? I like green. That's my color. Bitch, you better not say nothing about no green. AKA, skew. You red and white. Bitch, we pink and green. Now what, hoe? Bitch, you think you a color. Bitch, you really think you pink and green. And you getting mad because a bitch don't like pink and green. Right? Yeah, that's how the ego work. You like a basketball team. All this shit that you like, your favorite foods, you think that becomes you. Then you subscribe to ideologies like Christianity and everything. So now if people start talking shit about Jesus, now you want to go to war because you think somebody done talked about you, right? So you start accepting all of this information and saying it's your identity. Well, dumb dodo bird, dummy. All the shit that you think is right, that represents you, it's a damn lie. Your whole identity is a damn lie. And you sitting up here finna go to war. Bitch, hold on. What you say? Pink and green, AKA, we don't fuck with them deltas, bitch. Crips and Bloods, nigga. Crips and Bloods, sea walk. Now the blood walk. You stupid motherfuckers, right? And then you think this shit real. Just to find out your ass been lied to and your whole fucking identity came crashing. Priscilla, so if this is true, what am I supposed to do now? What am I supposed to do? Are you saying Jesus not real? I've been believing in Jesus all my life. Just for you to tell me it ain't no Jesus. What am I gonna do? Right? That's why you need to kill the goddamn ego, because the ego believe in some bullshit, and then now you confused and not know what to do because you just found out all this shit was a lie. Your ass been a pick-me the whole time, sucking dick for no reason, just to find out the motherfucker got dick cheese and shit that you got stuck in your throat, right? Yeah, gooch grease. The motherfucker running around here buying maxi pads to soak up the damn gooch grease, and you sucking that shit. Yeah, bitch, I got something for you. Yeah, I got something for you. And now you find out that you've been sucking the dick of a goddamn chimpanzee and a goddamn bonobo monkey that don't do shit. Priscilla, I thought I was gonna find a man in my dreams, and now you telling me that I ain't never gonna find it. So what am I supposed to do? I can't lick no pussy, Priscilla. I can't lick no coochie. Bitch, shut up. see if I can find. Let me see if I can find this post that I made earlier. Yes, let me see it. Viewing app. Let me see this. So, no. No, let me see it. Hold on. Don't tell me they deleted it. Don't tell me they deleted it. Come on now. Hold on. I got to see this. Damn. Don't tell me she removed it. They removed it. Listen. Oh man, I wanted to read this word for word. Damn, I should have took a screenshot. I'm gonna start screenshooting stuff like this. Because this was golden. So this chick, let me see. Maybe I can read the comments. Maybe it's still some. Maybe it's got some golden comments. Hold on. My partner's penis always stinks and gets mad I don't suck it often. Now, chicks act like, the whole, bonobos are bisexual. These heifers lying, talk about my man, knowing she fucking his friend, right? Been fucking his friend for 2 years. Got kids that ain't his. But she swears she Miss Good Girl and know that she fucking her girlfriend too on the low. But then to get out here and promote, talking about I'm straight, I am strictly dickly. You're lying ass, okay? You're lying. Then the brain studies show your ass is bisexual. But your ass got the nerve to turn your nose up at the idea of even being with a woman and let somebody say, Princella trying to push homosexuality on me. I can't roll with that. She running a lesbian coach, stupid motherfucker. You let them do that. Just for your ass to get on your knees and suck dick cheese and say that you got to hold your breath when you go down and suck his thing. That you got to make him go take a shower and then you down there. You'll do all that shit for penis. They done fucked you up so damn bad. They done fucked you up so bad with this patriarchal phallic worship bullshit that your ass is willing to suck dick cheese and then turn your nose up at this lesbian shit, even though you know your ass is watching lesbian porn and shit. Now, they done banned this person because it was so disgusting. This was on Reddit. They done banned this person. The comments say, I'm surprised you let him stick his dirty dick in you. If it's not suitable to go in the mouth, it's not suitable to go in the vagina. UTIs, PID, vaginosis, yeast infections, bacterial infections can all be caused by dirty dicks, right? They get this like the fourth goddamn Reddit that I done seen with women sucking dirty peen and talking about it smell like fish and piss. Fish and piss. And then you wonder why these dudes say your value drop. You wonder why they say your damn value drop. Fish and piss. Not fish and chips for you UK people. Y'all, my UK audience, I did not say fish and chips. Do not start salivating at the mouth. I said fish and piss. You better keep your damn mouth closed. Don't come over here talking no shit. We got a lot of callers tonight. This is beautiful.
You reached the voicemail box of Fancy.
Okay. All right.
Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
It's the Queen Maker. Answer the phone. All right, you're going to have to call back. Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Fantasia from Jersey. How are you?
Excellent, Fantasia. What you got for me tonight?
I wanted to tell you that you're a healer, but you know that already. No, but for real, like, so when I found you, I actually found you on TikTok. You were on the most recent podcast. Well, I forgot what it's called. I think it's called Street.
Real Life Street Stars?
Yeah. And it was crazy because I was talking to a guy. My preference is women, but I tried this like guy out because one of my best friends were like, "Oh, you have to be patient. Guys are wired differently. Give it a try." I was like, "Okay, fine, whatever." But there were so many red flags, and one of them was that he lacked patience. He lacked self-discipline. I noticed that he wanted to have sex like really, really quick. It was weird because he was Muslim, so I felt like Muslim men kind of were taught I don't know, I thought they were a little different.
Yeah,
but yeah, because they talk about like what is that, sexual semen retention and stuff. Yeah, big flop, but I tried it for a week. But yeah, I dubbed it. But I just wanted to tell you, like, all my life I felt like I was like manly. And to meet you, not meet you, but to be introduced to you, it was so uplifting for me because I felt like something was wrong with me for a long time. I had already been healing prior to me meeting you, so I know God put you right at the perfect spot because I would be able to receive it. But I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you too. I love you.
I love you more. And blessings on your journey.
Thank you so
honestly.
much.
Yes. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Amaya, say hi and get off me and go in there.
Can I have milk?
You just got finished eating. I'll see you later. Let me finish this. Close my door. All right. Hello, this is Princella. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Maggie himself. Oh my gosh, hi.
Hi, you kind of sound muffled. Can you move away from the mic a little bit?
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. So I have two questions. My first question is, what would a good partnership or relationship look like in
I can't. No, I can't understand you at all. You sound really close to the mic.
Let me try a second Bluetooth. Okay. Is this good now?
If you talk like that, if you start going under, I'm not gonna be able to.
Is it good now? Is it good now?
It's fine if you keep talking like that. If you start whispering, I'm not gonna be able to hear you.
Yes. Okay, so I was wondering, what would a good partnership or a relationship look like in a matriarchy that is outside of love and support from the community?
What would a good relationship look like in what?
A matriarchy.
In nature?
And matriarchy.
Oh, in a matriarchy. Okay.
Yes.
A good relationship with a man?
Just relationship or partnership, whatever that would be. Because I know you talk about community a lot, but I'm wondering, like, what if you wanted something like more one-on-one? Just what would that look like? Do you think outside of the community aspect?
Well, I'm really not understanding if you're talking about a monogamy relationship, because none of that stuff is real. If you're gonna have a relationship with a man, right, you're not supposed to live with each other, and y'all supposed to see each other every few days, and you're gonna have to realize that you might be sharing that dude. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, but like aside from like it doesn't have to be like a male or a female. I'm just wondering like what would it look like to have like more like romance on a not in, like in a group setting. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, it would be balance giving and receiving. It would be everything that you would think a relationship would be without the toxicity, right? People helping each other, people being able to be free to be themselves, express themselves in their natural, authentic self, right? Respect. I mean, that's what it would look like with people operating like they're supposed to be operating.
Okay. So would it be like a friendship? And that's like a more elevated friendship?
Honestly, I'm really not understanding the question. Are we asking about sexual relationships? I mean, freedom, there's no structure to freedom and respect. You don't have to be like I'm really not understanding the question.
So I was curious because like there's different ways to go about a relationship, like a more like monogamous relationship, and like you can like some people are like if you have a friend, things can go from there. It's like a more enhanced friendship that that way you're like attracted to that person. And I was wondering if it would be like that from your perspective.
Yeah. I mean, there's no rules. Like, get rid of all of the patriarchal rule stuff. If nature just flows the way it flows. So you would go with what is most natural. Why would you build a relationship with somebody you're not even friends with? Why would you force something? Energy flows freely. Allow the energy to flow. It's really not that difficult. What it would look like is people living in their authentic self and accepting things as they come and not trying to control and dictate what other people do. It's a freedom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious because there's different types of like I've heard your perspectives and like you provided a different points of view and a different way of viewing things, which I just appreciate how you articulated yourself. And so, some people like having a business relationship. Some people say it's okay to have, maybe have someone who's like a friend, and then, go from there. And some people are like, just get someone who's the opposite of you, because then they're supposed to help you out in life.
Y'all getting too technical with this. It's real simple. Live in your authentic self, and then just go with what's compatible for you. It's really not that difficult.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
I really appreciate you. You're great. Thank you. And you're really free. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hello, who am I speaking with? Good evening.
This is Terrence. Oh my goodness, Princella, how you doing?
I'm excellent, Terrence. What you got for me tonight?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for everything you put together. It's absolutely beautiful. I've shared it with my daughter, my mom, my sister. I'm grateful for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So being a man on your phone, it's a little nerve-wracking. I'll say that. But as far as a woman, I definitely appreciate what you bring to the table. Question is, what's the overall objective? And as I'm looking through the chat, you're building an army. I almost got kicked out of the chat room, right? Just for a basic conversation and statements. However, it seems a little imbalanced. So I'm curious what your overall objective is, and what's
what do you mean imbalanced?
In regards to a male or a man coming in stating things that aren't in conflict with, what you're saying, what you're stating. But even just being a male in general, there seems to be a lashback. In which case, I understand the strategy, but for my daughter, so I can help relay some information or build some sort of understanding. I'd like to understand like an overarching picture, kind of like a satellite view.
Yeah, the overall objective is to free women, to put the power in the control of women. You can't teach males nothing, right? A nation can only rise as high as its woman, right? And that's because you can't raise the male. You help one male, you help one male. You change the mind or teach a woman, you teach a whole nation. So at the end of the day, the male, if he really cares about the females that's in his life, his daughters, he wouldn't be concerned so much about other males, because they either gonna sink or swim, right? So it's about protecting your offspring, which is female, right? Because you know good and well you're not gonna leave your daughter out around a bunch of males, because you know what males will do. You know what they're capable of. You a male, you in a male body, you know how it is. You know what y'all like. So the evolved male is gonna have to get out of his ego and stop concerning himself with my survival, my individual survival. Men have had the power for long enough. Now it's the women's turn. It's their turn. And I just don't teach men. I don't even talk to men. If men get this, the individual males that come here and find value in the truth, and he self-reflects, that's going to be an individual journey. I'm cool with that male. I don't have no problem with that male. But me catering my message to males and wasting my damn breath, I ain't got time for it. I don't have no interest in it, right?
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
It's Maggie. I don't know why you called it in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh shit.
I hear you.
Hi, the person you've reached is using a screening service from...
I ain't got time for no screening service now. What was that?
Oh shit. Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Chantal. Good evening, Princella.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Excellent. What you got?
It's kind of an off question, but it's related to the initial topic about the bonobos and well, I'll just ask it. I believe that we can like control our bodies to an extent, like the things that we think about and stuff like that. I'm curious to know if women focused on having daughters and they have the egg, and I know that the sperm chases, the male sperm moves faster, but do you think that that's a possibility for us to, I hate to use the word manifest, but for women to be in a mindset where they get pregnant or they're trying to conceive and they're thinking they want a girl child and they could produce that.
No. How many families been saying I want a girl and let's keep trying for a girl or keep trying for a boy and then they end up with 5 boys and no girls? I don't believe in none of that stuff right there because we can't get rid of the facts. Male sperm swims faster than female sperm and it's a 50-50 chance of having one or the other. So look at the one child policy. Look at all of the women over there that prayed and wanted a boy, end up with a girl, and then they went and killed them girls. So let's focus on the facts and let's focus on the statistics, the statistical chance or the probability that you will birth one or the other, right? So now I'm not telling women to go play Russian roulette and think and manifest a girl and then end up with 2 boys.
All right.
Yeah. Let's not do that.
Oh yeah, I was curious just because there's been conversation about us as women. We used to produce without having males around at all. I don't remember what the word was, but that we used to have children without male activity at all. And I was just curious if that was
parthenogenesis, but the Y chromosome was injected, right? The Y chromosome came from somewhere, so we ain't parthenogenesis. We are not doing any form of asexual reproduction, right? So now when you throw this 50-50 Y chromosome, X chromosome thing in the mix, it's a whole different ball game, right?
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye. Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Sade.
Hey, Sade, what you got for me tonight?
Hi, I just wanted to let you know that, okay, so I've been on like my healing journey for about 2 years, like actively healing and stuff. So when I ran across you ran across my algorithm on TikTok, and lately I've been like letting go of everything, like coming to realize that basically all that you was saying, like men, like I was trying to understand the males, like their psyche, and I was like, I don't get them. And it's crazy how you like came across my algorithm, because I'm the only girl. I come from 6 boys. My mother is misogynistic, my father is misogynistic, my stepdad was a pimp. So all my life they have been tearing me down, you know what I mean, making me feel bad for being a woman.
Right.
So it's like I'm just grateful to, and then I have 2 daughters myself, so I'm grateful to, you know, be in alignment with you and everything that comes with you, as far as your teachings and everything. Like a couple of the books that you were stating, I have, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh my goodness, let me read this chapter and stuff like that. I plan on buying your book. It's just, I'm very excited for the next chapter of this session, you know what I mean? And all my life they've been telling me, like, you know, females are this, they're that, tearing us down. And I was always taught that sisterhood wasn't a good thing, that I should not want that. Girls are catty, girls are gossipers. Oh, you're always going to fight your friends and this and the third. Basically to have me always wanting to be around dudes. And it's like, it never worked for me. You know what I mean? It's like I always craved that sisterhood. And now I see why.
Absolutely. And you was on the right track. So make sure, you know, you got a whole sisterhood over here now. Join the membership areas. You know, I got the book club. We do movie nights every the second Saturday every month. My Wednesday lives, we do Zoom calls. We do private lives. Hey, we got a whole community jumping over here.
I'm excited, and I'm definitely a part of it. Like, it's like everything's aligning perfectly, and I'm just very grateful.
Thank you so much. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
Right, bye-bye. I'm being...
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
My name is Sherry.
Hey, Sherry, what you got for me tonight?
Well, thank you so much for calling me. And I just think you're the bomb. But I agree with everything you say. There is no argument anywhere. I agree with everything. And I think, and I feel like when I finally got a chance to hear one of your videos, everything just lined up. Like everything I understood so much. I understood why I went through a lot of things that I went through in life.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood me, you know what I'm saying, who I am and, you know, what I stand for.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that you have the most wonderfulest platform. I feel that you are one of the most geniuses, brilliant people on this face of the earth. And I want for you to go forward and be your best, greatest self. And I just want to make sure I am in your life while you do that. And I am so honored and to have met you. And I really appreciate you calling.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I just love you.
I love you too.
But thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay. Hold on.
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
This is Chastity from Atlanta.
Hello, Chastity. What you got for me tonight?
Okay, so my question was about, I seen this video that you did on the seminal fluid, right? And like how it affect women and affect our emotions. But how, okay, so like coming from somebody who been raped at a young age,
Mm-hmm.
and then I always kind of like lived this life where you said, I read this other video where you said like manipulation and fantasizing about stuff, kind of like to have the perfect life, you know, just like going through childhood trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if like that affected my love life, you know, like coming into my adulthood, just dealing with men and how I felt about men in general.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted you to like kind of like elaborate on it, because I feel like that part of me was taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe somebody stole my innocence and made me a certain type of way before I ever got a chance to do that myself.
Right. Okay. So it did affect you. Okay. So how this happens is we have a higher self and we got a lower self, and the lower self is totally subjected to environmental stimuli. Okay, it is totally subjected to environmental stimuli where you have automatic responses resulting from the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. These are unconscious responses that the conscious mind is not aware of. And due to that biological response, in addition to cultural programming, it has messed you up. But it doesn't mean that you have to stay messed up, right? And
That's right. That's right.
Right? And it doesn't mean that you have to carry that trauma forever, right? We got to
That's right.
we have to tap into the ability to reframe because perception is reality. And the story that you tell yourself will shape your perception. The mind has the ability to see through a variety of lenses. So you get to choose the story that you want to tell yourself that will change your perception, that will ultimately change how you feel and can heal the traumas that you have suffered. It's mind over matter. We have got to start engaging the mind, the conscious mind, and intentionally shifting our perception on reality, which will change you on a physiological and anatomical level.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So
thank you for everything that you do.
no, you're welcome, and if you need some assistance, I would suggest that you book a consultation call with me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for calling.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So I want to play this because remember we talk about female solidarity, right? Tonight we spoke about female solidarity and how women together can protect. I always say this, ladies. I have always said this, and I will continue to say this. All of my new listeners, listen to me real good. A single woman is not a woman without a male. A single woman is a woman without a community of women to support her. Ain't no such thing as a single woman just because she ain't got no husband. A single woman is a woman without a community of women. So if your ass walking around here without a community of women, and you out here posting your booty short videos and all that shit, you are top prey. With all of that weave and all that shit, you think that's feminine, sweetheart. That is not feminine. That is not femininity. That is How to Catch a Predator uniform. Right? And you ain't actually catching a predator. How to attract a predator. That's really what it is. Because you the one getting got most of the time. You the one getting got most of the time. So, I want to remind you of the power of women. The nature, let me say this one more time. Protecting and providing is not the nature of a man. That is the nature of feminine energy. That is the nature of a woman. Providing and protecting is the nature of a woman. And when you have women in community, that is the protective energy. The reason why the male is quote unquote seen as the provider and protector is because the people who established this and needed to give the male something to do so he wouldn't just be totally disposable, they took two aspects of the woman's nature and reassigned it as the duty for the male. But the male don't want to do it. Y'all just sat up here and heard Frans De Waal say that the bonobo monkeys don't do nothing. They don't provide. They don't take care of the kids. They don't do nothing. They leave that job totally up to the females. Right? Providing and protecting is the nature of a woman.
Y'all, it is 6 o'clock in the morning here in Houston, okay? And so I was out doing my lift, my morning, take people to work, getting in my bag. Hold on. So I stopped at a red light. You gotta stop at a red light. And some just told me to look over to my right. So I looked over there and I seen this lady just fighting with her purse. And there was a man in a silver car. And he was trying to get her in the car. He was trying to get her in the car. Now y'all know how we hear all this stuff about sex trafficking and abduction in Houston, Texas. It's really, really bad the amount of times girls have been on TikTok saying that this happens. So I'm always alert of my surroundings because I don't never want that to be me. So baby, I pulled up and I had my issue on my lap. And I said, hey sis, you all right? She said, no, help me. He trying to take me. He looked at me. He said, mind your business, bitch. And I got my big fat ass out with this issue, took the safety off, and I told him, she is my business. She a woman, so she my sister. And if she ain't your girlfriend, she not your issue. I'm finna be. Baby, he saw that gun, heard that click. He got the fuck on in that car. She say, thank you so much. Thank you so much. He was trying to abduct me. The bottom line of this story, if you live in Houston, Texas, watch your surroundings. If you got a stick, you better take it with you everywhere you go, because you can't trust none of these people in Houston. She was black. He was a foreigner. That lets you know right there, like, they abducting us. Y'all be careful out here.
I love that video. It's one of my favorite videos that I got saved. She thinks that her message was pay attention to your surroundings. That's what she think her message was. But she don't realize that her message was more about protecting each other and looking out for each other and standing up for each other. She don't even realize that that message was more powerful than the being aware of your surroundings. Yeah, that's cool. But the way you did that, sister, that spoke more volumes than being aware of your surroundings. And y'all ladies are hating each other and letting these dudes drive a wedge between you, so that they can isolate you and make you vulnerable. Y'all need to cut that shit out. For real.
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
How you doing, Princella? It's Swords. How's everything?
I'm excellent. What you got for me tonight?
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate what you're doing for the woman. I am so happy about that. I just wanted to mention, I've been studying occult for the past 12, 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire time I thought it was a program. So I'm glad I was able to see you on my timeline, because when you mentioned that it's not a program, that is actually in their nature, I'm like, oh shit, I thought it was a program. I thought the Matrix had been programmed. And another thing, so I wanted to say thank you for that, because I'm like, I thought I cracked the code. I thought it was a programming. And as an occultist, I noticed that in the conscious community, that so-called nature that you said, they act the same way in the conscious community.
Mm-hmm.
So let me give you an example. We practice black magic witchcraft. They will try to get with a woman that they know got the witchcraft down pat to use her energy to manifest.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So even in the conscious community, they'll try to use you for your sex magic to bring down things on this realm by using your energy. So I just wanted these women to realize that it's in their nature, no matter who they are, Muslim, Jehovah's Witness, conscious community, Hotep niggas, the same thing. Yeah. That's what I noticed. So I want these women to know that it don't matter if they're conscious. I'm talking from experience. It's the same thing. I have a lot of conscious dudes in my inbox that's married, knocking to me. So I'm just saying it's the same thing. And another thing is I want to recommend that movie Revolver. And it talks about the ego.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good movie. In the movie, they talk about how everybody got this enemy, but they don't know who the enemy is. Mm-hmm. But the entire time, it's them, but they don't know. They think it's like something else. So they talk about the ego, how the ego is really not. It's not the real you, but you think it's the real you, but it's not you.
Right, exactly.
It's not the real you. And it's very important for everybody to study occult. A lot of people think it's negative to study occult because they don't know what the word means. They think it's like a cult, like you joining a Kool-Aid bunch of people like that Jones guy. That's not what it means. Occult means the study of the mind, psychology. You know what I mean? Occult is psychology. So it's very important for people to know that. Absolutely. So I just want women to know that, and we absorb males' energy. So when we have sex with them, we absorb their character, their demons, everything is not just the sperm, everything, their character, their memory. That's what I noticed from studying the occult. And when you get more in tune, you notice it. Like, oh shit, I'm acting just like him. Now I'm smoking this thing. I never used to smoke this. You know, everything rubs off. That's why we got to be careful.
Absolutely.
Everything rubs off, and you have me cracking up. That's all I had to say.
Well, thank you. I do my best.
Thank you. I follow you on Facebook, Queen of Sword. But thank you so much. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. I hope you have a good night.
You too. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. All right. So Socrates says, in all of us, even in good men, there is a lawless, wild beast nature which peers out in sleep. That's from Socrates. It's men. Stop letting these dudes finesse you, telling you that they the self-proclaimed good guys. You be the judge of them. You be the judge, because that's their nature. That's their nature. And a lot of them trying to hide it and run away from it. I think I already called this number. I want to say I already called that number.
Hello.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Princella. How you doing? This is Kenyatta.
Hey, Kenyatta. What you got for me tonight?
Well, I just wanted to call and say thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And this stuff is crazy because everything that you're saying, I've literally been thinking, knowing, trying to tell people around me, and I'm done trying to tell them because I see now that's not my job.
Right.
It's just my job to do that for myself. But this stuff is just so crazy. So I do security and I work overnight. And when I tell you, it's literally like I'm a gazelle in a lion's den. And now I know better. So I'm not, oh my gosh. No. Girl, run. Literally run. It doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, like, that's my situation. But yeah, I just thank you so much for putting this information out here, for letting everybody know what's going on. And ladies, if you do know that your friends, your family, the women around you, they're not getting it, just know it's okay to just be yourself and move towards those that do get it. And if it's meant for them to get it, which sometimes it is, a lot of times it is, they'll get it in their own time and they'll move with you. Because you trying to fight with them, or even the men around you to try to get them to change, it's pointless and it's a waste of energy, because you just need to pour into yourself and focus on the feminine and your womanly aspect of it anyway, because yeah, that's the whole point. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. We love you and your message, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Princella. This is Sassy from Nevada.
Awesome. What you got for me tonight, Sassy?
Hey, Miss Priscilla. So here I am, and I'm Gen X. I'll be 47 next month, and I am self-diagnosed autistic. I self-diagnosed myself as being autistic at 40, after going down those rabbit holes of seeing that I'm introverted, INFJ personality type, being to HSP, and then autism. And I said, okay, it makes sense, because for me personally, and I've always been that outside of the box thinker, because I am autistic. I've always asked those questions: who, what, when, where, why, how. I've always had that critical thinking, and so I grew up with a bunch of women, and on my mother's side. And however, these women were straight pick-me, desperate, and mammy. And the number one trait that they all shared in common was that they were mammies.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, I had children at a young age, 2 sons, okay, and I had them at a very young age. I was not taught anything. Now, I did grow up with a father in the home. I came from a 2-parent household. Now, what was discussed earlier was that, and I was like, yes. So, yes, my mother, both of my parents were emotionally absent, unavailable. However, though, so say for instance, being young, and I remember my mother, she did work outside of the house. My father, he owned his business. And because my mother worked outside of the house, and I remember being about 3-4 years old, my father was left to take care of me, right? And so he would take care of me at where I remember him washing me up and everything. There was no sexual type, anything from him, but he did take care of me when she was not there. So then when I got older and then noticing that there was a lot of differences between myself and then my mother and her family, and my mother's side has a bunch of women. And with me having these children at a young age, I try to do my best, okay? And that was it. I saw that I was not a mammy. I was a pick-me, but not to that extent. And so I think that with a lot of black women are probably more than likely undiagnosed ADHD and undiagnosed autistic, and probably both because they correlate. And so when it comes to this epidemic of women who are fighting against each other for some penis, and instead of coming together to build and to rebuild and to conquer, they want to. And I tried that with my mother's family. And I tried to uplift them, encourage them, and they pushed me away to the point where I've been no contact with all of them for going on 5 years now. And I have absolutely no desire to reconnect with them. And so that was before I delved deep into my autism. And I do not want to be formally diagnosed with autism. People need to understand what repercussions come from being formally diagnosed. So I'm not trying to be formally diagnosed at all. No, I want my freedom, and that being undiagnosed affords me. But I think a lot of black women, they need to use those critical thinking skills, because even at a young age, I thought that there was something absolutely wrong with the black community. And I just saw something that there was just something wrong inherently with men, and especially black men, but just with the men. And I will also say I was in a toxic relationship, 17 and a half years. Thank God I did not marry this man. It was something innate in me that said, do not marry this man, don't. But I just could not leave because I was trauma bonded to him. He was a narcissist, antisocial, personality disordered narcissist, sociopathic narcissist. And when women, if they were to separate themselves, like you've been saying, from men, they will be able to think clearly, think critically, and see with their mind. Even then, when I was in a relationship, is what I call it, I saw that it was something wrong. Like, I should not be there. I should not be there. I should be out doing this and X, Y, Z and greater things. And when I finally got the courage to leave him, and people, and especially women that I meet today, and that's all they want to talk about is a man. I ain't got time for that. I don't have time. What are your goals for the next 5 years? What are your plans? What type of business are you trying to start? Hey, how about, have you thought about moving out of the country and everything, And it's a lack of community. And I know I feel like I'm all over the place, But it all coincides together because what I had discovered within myself recently is that last year, and I was trying to figure out, like, something is inherently wrong with women. And I had been binge watching some of your videos. And you said the same thing that I had, the revelation I came to last year, right before my 46th birthday, because I'm turning 47 next month. And I said, what is wrong with women? And I started thinking about the women in my family over the years of, quote, friendship or frenemyship, I should say, that I've had from high school and into my adult years. And I said, you know what? I know men ain't shit, but women are treacherous. Women are just too damn tied up on some no good ass dick, and they can't, and that's why we cannot get ahead. And it doesn't have anything to do with race. Right. I see it beyond just being black women. It's beyond it, like you have been saying. And so here it is. I have no friends. I'm solo dolo, you know, because I already knew that being around women who are freaking, they're jealous, they're envious, they're secretly competing with you. And after that, I'm turning 47. I look like I'm in my early 30s to mid 30s because of whatever they call Ehlers-Danlos, at where a lot of autists look much younger for their age. And here it is. I look damn good. But I'm not conceited at all. I'm not stuck up. But yet, these women will secretly compete with me even when I tell them. I ain't got no skin in this game of dating. I didn't say goodbye to dating 2 years ago. I was single for 5 years, tried dating after 5 years for 10 months. I was like, hell no. I was like, it's something wrong with men. I was like, it's just something wrong with them. Now, if, like you were saying, and I'm so glad that I found you again because I saw you on TikTok about a year ago, and I was just like, I don't know what happened to you. Out of sight, out of mind. You started coming up, like you said, as far as going viral, and they're replaying your interview clip. And it was like, oh, yeah, that's Princella. And somebody's like, oh, yeah, she's on YouTube now. And that's when I started binge watching you. If women were to, if they were to separate themselves from men and realize.
Get ready to land your plane because we've been on here for 9 minutes. We got a long line of people.
Okay, you know, I'm just saying, I'm glad that I found you, and let's, you know, like, hey, I'm going to try my best to also talk to other women out here, out and about, because we definitely need to come together. If the tides are turning, yes, but it's still, we got a long ways to go, and I'm just glad that I found you, and I just want to give my testimony to these women, to the listeners. Y'all can do it. Y'all can do it. Get away from these men.
Okay.
Get away from them.
Thank you so much, sis.
All right. Thank you, love.
All right. Bye-bye. Because if I ain't cut off, she's going to keep on going, y'all. Keep on going. 3 minutes tops, y'all. We got a long line of people. And I want everybody to be able to say their piece. All right? Let's be respectful of the other callers. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, hi. This is Lafita.
All right, how you doing? 3 minutes or less. What you got for me tonight?
I was just calling because I like that the comment that you made about the comments that you make about the feminine energy, and I belly dance, And it literally, every time I belly dance and with a group of women, it's like the energy just fills the room and it's beautiful. But I remember like a lot of people when I got into it, they're like, "Oh, that's nasty. You just gyrating. You just," and it had nothing to do with that. It was just a whole bunch of women surrounded with each other and just, it was healing really because my body, I have a condition, endometriosis, and it's like just those movements and stuff was healing. So just giving additional support to what you were saying about how we do need each other as a feminine community and how important it was doing. It was like a release of sexual energy, but not in a sexual way.
Right.
So it is just, I was just wondering if your thoughts about like belly dancing as well.
Oh no, I have never looked into belly dancing. No, but
okay.
Yeah, I thank you for the sexual energy belongs to women, and so that belly dancing, that's creativity. Anything that's creative that allows the sexual energy, which is the creative energy, to flow. Women need to stop listening to patriarchy. You are not straight. Feminine energy is not straight. Sexual energy is a fluid energy. It is a creative energy that belongs to the feminine. Let that shit flow. Stop trying to appeal to men from every fucking way, shape, form, fashion. I'm strictly dickly. I'm straight. That's masculine thinking. Be creative. Be free. Let your energy flow and fuck what these motherfuckers talking about.
For sure.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sis.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Rita. How are you?
I'm excellent, Rita. 3 minutes or less. What you got for me tonight?
Okay, first of all, I want to say I'm so excited that I get to speak to you, and thank you for everything that you talk about. You are an angel.
Thank you.
So many things. I have a son, and me and his father didn't work out. And when I got pregnant, we weren't together, and we discussed when I had him that at around 5 years old, he would stay with me until about 5. Then he would go with his father. So of course my family thought I was a terrible mother when I let him go with him. And I seen you say that, at about 5 years old, you will let, your son either go with a masculine or go with his father and let him, do his thing. So my question is, after you will let your son go, what would you suggest for the woman to do after?
What do you mean? In terms of what?
Just in terms of healing from maybe the negative energy that woman was exposed to from the father.
Oh, well, there's so many different things you can do. You can go through emotional freedom technique. You can do quantum K. You can do meditation. The whole thing is to go on a self-discovery journey and get into different esoteric forms of healing, transcendental meditation, all of that stuff that'll put you first, right?
Okay.
Yeah. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. Healing comes from the mind, nowhere else.
Okay. Thank you so much. I will join one of your groups. I seen that you said that y'all do like movie night and stuff. I didn't see that like on the description. Is there a different site to sign up?
No, I gotta add that on there. You just join one of the membership levels. If you join the low power membership level, all members get access to the movie night. And my high power tier members, they get early access to movie night so that they can mix and mingle and talk to each other. Then my high power tier membership, we do a private live on Wednesday that's not accessible to anybody else. And right now on our private Wednesday meetings, we are analyzing we're breaking down the psychology of all of the characters, the storyline and everything for Power Season 1. And that's really good. That's opening women's eyes big time. They have changed the way they saw that show. It's a whole nother level. So if you want to become a part of any of these groups, they're open. I have a book club that I run on Sundays, but that's closed right now. We're halfway through the book. Once we finish that book, I'll reopen it for the new book.
Okay, which book are y'all on right now?
Think and Grow Rich.
Oh, okay. And I just purchased your book. I literally just found you yesterday.
Yes.
And I watched that whole 7-hour thing that you did. I was like, oh my God, this lady is wonderful. Where did she come from? And why have I never heard about her? Like, I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do, and I'm definitely going to join the community and read your 41 the game book. Did y'all read that book yet?
No, we haven't. I've only read 2 books, and for everybody who wants to have access to any of the books that I've done, if you miss those, I actually sell the recordings so you can catch up. So I got How to Win Friends and Influence People recording. Y'all can grab that, and then after I finish recording Think and Grow Rich, that'll be for sale too, so that way you can get the same insights that everybody else got that's a part of it.
Okay, last question. If someone wants to interview you, how do we go about that, or are you not open for interviewing right now?
Oh, I'm open. Just send an email through my website, princellac.com.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. Damn, I don't know why I look at the...
Hello.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Princella. This is Hallie.
Hallie, how you doing? 3 minutes or less. What you got for me tonight?
Hi. Well, first I wanted to say I've been just streaming your old live streams at work, and I felt so empowered. So thank you for that. I do have one question. And this past year, just to preface, I've been taking, I've been celibate, and I've been taking a lot of time to try to look at how I present myself I don't want any attention from them. I don't want relationships with them. And I still seem to have the same problem that I feel like I have a target on my back. And so I'm wondering if you have any tips for how I can seem non-approachable, or for men not to get the wrong idea. I mean, even coworkers, random people, all of them.
The thing is, here's the thing. You sound really young. Your voice is very attractive to males. Right?
I'm 22.
You sound very young. And you sound like you might be thin. And you sound like you might be 5'5", 5'6". You sound just like what they want.
It's accurate. Yeah.
It's accurate?
I mean, yeah. I feel like I'm a good target because I am smaller. I'm young. I look a bit younger than I am, and so I think they think I'm naive. And I get into this when a guy, if he acts a certain way, I will kind of cower down, and I don't mean to do it. I just have an instinctive scared reaction from what I've been through, and I want to turn that off.
Okay, yeah. So you need some unconscious. You have some subconscious issues that you need to rid of, and how you do that, right? To figure out what it is. There's a lot of different techniques that you can use to get down. And I would say that quantum K healing, this guy named Andrew Kemp is the runner of that. Quantum K healing uses fractals and quantum mechanic theory to target subconscious trauma, right? I think that Reiki, really, really deep tissue massage, maybe even emotional freedom technique, all of these will help you tune into your body and your traumas to kind of release these deeply buried issues that might be causing you to unconsciously respond the way that you're unconsciously responding. In the meantime, if I were you, I would try to get some female friends, a support group, to try to always be around somebody when these guys approach you. I think you having a battle buddy would help you in the time that you're trying to figure out what's going on with you.
Thank you so much. And you said, I don't want to take up too much time, but you said Quantum K, right?
Yes, you can just Google it, Quantum K Healing.
All right, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a good night.
Have a blessed day.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, hi. This is Ashley from Louisiana.
How you doing? What you got for me? 3 minutes or less.
I'm doing great. I literally accidentally found you on TikTok on my FYP, and I don't remember who was interviewing you, but they were talking about you being on Fresh and Fit. So I'm like, let me go see what she was talking about on that. Mm-hmm. And I literally been watching you like every day at work since for about a week straight. And you hit on all these topics that I just kind of randomly came upon in my life, just, living and experiencing, entertaining these dudes, wasting my damn time. And on my own, I came up with, I really don't want any monogamous relationship. I really don't want to entertain them because it's kind of pointless. They don't have anything to offer but sex, and half of them not really good at it. Mm-hmm. But when I started listening to you take it to a whole nother level, like mind opening and deep, because I had been, just conversing with my friend girls that I think that society is supposed to be matriarchal, and that the whole reason why it's so jacked up now is because of the patriarchy, regardless of all the stuff that people talk about on TikTok, the whole men against women stuff they've been having for these last couple of years. Uh-huh. Just looking at the state of the world, right, and what's going on, and how women are treated as a whole, not necessarily on a just black women thing, just women in general. And I just want to thank you for doing what you're doing. And I'm going to join the group because I need some friend girls. I got 2. Because on my journey to, get away from men, I distance myself from pretty much most women that would be, they think I don't want your man, Right. I'm just trying to live my life and, be helpful in my community. And I just want to thank you, and I appreciate you for what you're doing, and so happy that I was able to catch you on live and talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I think I already called that number. I did call that number already.
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
I was able to catch you on live and talk to you. Thank you so much.
Can you turn the TV down back there?
Hello?
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, this is Shan.
How you doing, Shan? What you got for me? 3 minutes or less.
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent.
Okay, so I have a question.
Can you turn the TV down back?
Oh, yes. 1 second. Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking about like developing friend groups, right? Uh-huh. So I think for me, I have a hard time developing friend groups because like I would watch like my family, sisters, mother. If I had an issue or problem, I typically would go to my sisters, the community, and then I would get a different response to how I should handle it. And when I handled it the way that they told me, because I just didn't know and I needed advice, it was like the wrong way. And then I started sitting back and observing, like the same issue would come up with someone else in the group, and then they would tell them a different way. But I was like, well, why is it different from me? So like, what's the advice? Like, I'm trying to build a community with women, but it's still like an issue with me because I just don't trust it because of that dynamic that was set up for me.
Well, The fact of the matter is, you're going to have to well, let me not say that. I was going to say vibrate at a higher frequency, but you're going to have to realize that you're going to have to build relationships with people who are on the same wavelength, right? And you'll know that a person is on the same wavelength based on their conversation, their core conversation, right? And those are the women that you want to build connection. You can't just build connections with any old chick just because they're a woman, because most of these women are males in the mind, right? So you got to do some serious evaluating, right? And the reality is, you ain't finna find that just out in the public. It's too many people out here. It's too many different ideologies. You need to go into a concentrated area where you know people are personal development, right?
Right.
Yeah, just like everybody join clubs with people who like skiing instead of trying to go hang out with people and try to get them to like skiing. Just go join a skiing club. Then you know everybody that likes skiing, right? So you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right. So go to a place where you know people are thinking the same, right? And so here, right, you know people are thinking the same, especially if they're in the book club. If they're in the book club, you can guarantee that you can build some connections. No lie. I did my poetry show a couple days ago, and my supporters from the book club came. My supporters from the book club came, and they instantly built relationships with each other, right? One flew from Atlanta, the other one drove down here from Dallas. One stayed here, two of them stayed here in Houston. Maybe three of them stayed here in Houston. But it was like they knew each other forever, right? And where did they meet? Through my platform, and they in my book club, right? See, that's the thing. You know what I mean? And one of them wasn't in the book club, but she's like my biggest supporter. So you got to go where people are thinking the same. And you can build relationships with people if you really want to.
Okay, I will. I'm looking forward to joining the book club once you open it again, or just any way to be a part of the community. I did join the highest level, so I'm looking forward to everything that you have to teach us.
Yes, you're welcome, and I'll be there. Just make sure you come, participate, because we do the live Zooms and you can talk to people. We're not just FaceTiming. All right.
Okay, will do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with tonight?
Hey, Princella, this is Kim. I'm calling from Memphis.
Hey, how you doing? 3 minutes or less, what you got for me tonight?
I just wanted to say, because I put in the chat, I was talking about the lionesses and the lions in the wild, because you were talking about female and male nature, and I just wanted to say that's the reason why we need to switch to a matriarchy, because there are too many males. In nature, you see this happening all the time. If there is like one male or two males, they're literally a community of lionesses that will protect the young and themselves, provide for the young and themselves. And you see this rogue or these two rogue lions, one or two, just going about trying to destroy and conquer stuff. So imagine if, it was more like that
with humans. Like, more women, we're a community, we protect, provide for ourselves, and just leave them out, let them do what they do until they get it together. So, yeah, I just want to say you're right, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
All right.
it. All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. I'm gonna make these last two calls, or this last call. Yeah, I'm gonna make these last two calls, and then that's it for the calls for the night. And then I'm gonna read these cash apps, right?
Hello.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi. You just call me Shaflo. That's my nickname.
Okay, nice to meet you. 3 minutes or less. What you got for me tonight?
Okay, I'm just turning this computer down. So I just ran into a couple. I live in California. I was out eating in my car. There was a young couple not too far from me. The guy hit the woman like in the face. So at that point, I walked over there because that's my personality, to just distract him, disrupt it, protect her, whatever. Had a conversation with her privately. I asked him to move to the side. He did. And I gave her your information. I just want to know from you, because I just discovered you. This is what I'm going to do in any scenario like that scenario. I'm going to give them your information. I just did it with another lady who I know was experiencing domestic violence. I gave her your information. I don't necessarily know these people, but that's what I do. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I don't know how to help. I don't know what to do, but you do. I've listened to your videos. You know how to help these women. So I don't know what's going to happen with those two women so far that I've given your information to. And if I see anything as I'm out here every day in my regular life, where I'm just going to give your information away. That's it. And I wanted you to be aware of that. So I wanted to make sure it was okay to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Good enough.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, ma'am. Can you turn your TV down in the back? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I must have the wrong number.
No, you called. This is the High Power Podcast. Were you trying to get a call on the show? These people. These people. Anyway. All right. So, no more calls. No more calls, okay? All right. Super chat time. Emily, $13.99 Canadian dollar. Sticker. Thank you. JW, $10. Thank you so much for sharing this information. Very, very enlightening and educational. Well done, P. Well done. Thank you. Quita Ward, $10. Replay gang. Great show, P. Thank you. Free to be me, $50. Thank you. Feisty Goddess, $10. There is no other place I would rather be than on the ark. Thank you so much. One Jojo D, $10. I'm loving this. Thank you. Addison Barrett, Barote, $2. Thank you. Poetic Kales, $10. Princella, thank you. Miss Peaches, $10. True, thank you. Latanya Davis, $20. Lionesses, Belle Cass, $2 sticker. Miss Tish Posh, Page, $20 sticker. Tiffany So Talented, $10. Another great interview, P. When they copy your message, we know who they got it from. The info from. See you on Sunday in the book club. Congratulations on 42,000. Thank you. I want y'all to understand that when I mention about these folks getting this stuff from here, again, is not the whole purpose is about bringing the people to the source so we can help these people, right? The key, you gotta bring them where they can get help, because all these other people doing, they just talking just to validate other people's feelings. They not changing nobody's mind. They not changing nobody's life. So when they come to my place to get this shit, to go regurgitate it, and they don't give credit where they got it from, they are stopping these women from coming to the source to help them. Because these people are out here for personal gain, right? They just want fame. I want to help people, so these people got to come to the source, right? So if you hear anybody talking my talking points and they ain't credited, make sure people know where to go so we can help these women. That's what this is about, right? That's what this is about, more than anything. Okay. Angela Reddick, $5. Great show tonight. Keep enlightening us. Yes. Amazon Queen Lynn, $20. Thank you. Princella, thank you for this. It all needs to be understood. Keep doing what you're doing. Spread facts and connect dots. Thank you. Abundance is mine, $5. Please let us know when the book club will be open. Thank you. Obey Kid, $5. Great interview. I'm reading the book called The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. It also confirms everything you are saying today. Thank you. The Kalima, $20. Swiss franc. Thank you. Thank you. Thank everybody. I think somebody just sent another super chat. Let me refresh that. I think I saw. Okay. And Josie Kano, $2. What religion do you subscribe to? None. Nature. Nature. Nature is the religion. All right. All right. Okay. Delynn Turner, $5. Olivia Gabriella, keep up the great job, $5. Starlight Empress, Jack in the Box for the kiddo. Thank you, $10. Lauderdale, thank you for the night, $25. Thank you. Jamaris Gillum, $5. Class in session. Thank you. Talicia, $20. I'm so proud of you, P. Thank you. Tony Renee, the wisdom provider. Thank you. $25. Tish L. Thank you. $5. Natalie, excellent job. $20. Thank you. Eve 26, $10. Melissa Jenrette, $10. Nerida 777, thank you. Jamie Smith, $10. You're the GOAT. Thank you. I appreciate all the love and the support. Thank y'all for tuning in. So when I finish this, I'm gonna put it on private for a minute. It's probably not gonna be available for 24 hours because I gotta go clip them. I gotta go clip the songs out of there because I don't feel like fighting them for my music. Okay, clip that. Take that break of me eating out of there. I'm gonna take that off and the very beginning of it off so I can play this thing all the way through smooth like that. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate you. We will talk about old boy and the incident that happened at that restaurant or whatever. We will talk about that probably Friday. All right. I'll see y'all when I see you. Thank you. Peace out.